Yes, so 5 yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
It is morning. Still morning. It very woke up a few hours ago. It's morning.
It's morning, depending on what time your alarm went off. What time did your alarm go off? 5:30.
Yeah, 5:30.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the High Roller here in Coventry. Playing all the way through. They're around about 1 a.m. when it finishes tonight. Hope everybody is good. I know it's a late start for us. We don't normally do this, but this is the 8-8 Fest. And that is the schedule, and that's the way it runs. So we've got a 6 p.m. start today, and I think it's the same tomorrow because we've got the sit and go with all the ambassadors tomorrow. But give you a little bit more information regarding that. But this is the High Roller. It started at 3. The chip counts that we've got are on the tables, and at the first break, in 2 hours' time, we'll get a complete breakdown of who is in the building, but we've got the information with us, so if you do need any information, just let us know. But good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the 8-8 Festival. Watch on Twitch, YouTube, on Grosvenor Poker Live, and also on Facebook.
Yeah, so this is a table we got for the first couple of hours, rotating every 2 hours. We'll run you through the names. Dean Hutchinson in 1, Brandon Shields 2, Ravi Chef 3, Wadey in the 4 seat, Daniel Maynard in 7, and Andy Cooper in the 8 seat, 8 backs for the High Roller.
Like it. Dean Hutchinson's just jumped in as well. I saw Neil Feraldo. He's contemplating either jumping in the High Roller or going to watch Celtic in the Champions League.
I think I know which one he'll pick.
I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure we all know what he's going to pick, and then flick it into day 2.
He was on my table day 2 at the Irish Open, and he turned up late, I believe, because of that exact same reason.
It
that
was
he was
Celtic
watching,
Rangers, wasn't
he was
it?
watching a Celtic game, yeah.
Yep.
So I think I know which one he's going to choose.
It
Tower.
was Celtic Rangers in my day 2 of the Irish Open, and I am definitely going to be 2 hours late. Get your priorities right. I'll tell you, that's what you got to do. You make day 2 of one of the biggest comps in the world, and I'm still going to watch the football. He'd already worked it out how many blinds he was going to miss as well, regarding what the blind started at, and he knew exactly where he was going to come back to. So funny.
So Dean opens ace-5 to 2k, down with the queen jack and the big blind. Easy defend, off to the streets. Top pair for Dan on the jack high board, 2 to a suit. And one that could see c-bet here from Dean with the 5 of spades in here, blocking some of the continue range of our opponent. I think a nice little clean continue this one, not going to work, but like the idea. Goes to 1700, so 17 into 52, third pot, and Dan calls quickly with his top pair. And one that expect to go check now fairly often. 6 pairs, can be some 6x in Dan's range, not folding out a jack with a double barrel, and still in front of some of these like 4-5, 4-7, 7-4 type hands from the big blind. And 5 on the river, so Dean does catch a pair here, and Dan leading for 3.8k. Do beat some bluffs as Dean, the front door spades here. Don't expect a 3 to ever lead river, so value's going to be jack x, 6x or better. And then the bluffs are only going to derive from the front door flushes, so just get out of the way.
There we go.
Right then, Kev, good evening.
Evening, Kev. Evening, Jim Marlowe. An English cat. The North Croft Sudbury Massive represent. There we go. Now we're doing English cat. Hopefully it's good. Watching on YouTube. And everybody else, wherever you're watching, whatever you've been doing this Wednesday?
Wednesday morning. It's beautiful Wednesday morning.
It was. Had a right wander this morning.
It's the bear months now, Tower, where you don't see much light if you're waking up late.
I could just imagine you, actually.
Yeah, no.
I could imagine you wake up on a Monday morning, open the curtains, it's daylight, and then you go for a game. You might go for a bit of shopping with the missus. Right, I'm off for a game of cards, love, see you later. You then get home, then go to bed. You wake up at 8 p.m, it's dark.
Yeah.
You then play cards, and then you play cards till it's dark, and then you go to bed, and then you wake up again and it's dark again.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's what you could do.
It does happen sometimes. Sometimes you play a lot of sessions in a row throughout the week, and then you wake up early one morning, you think, bloody hell, what's this? Light outside.
He's just bought a lovely warm coat all ready for Blackpool. It's cold up north. It's normal weather, mate. Don't worry about it. Bring your shorts. Blackpool is on its way. We're going to have Jim McShane come and chat with us for half an hour sometime during the evening regarding next year's events.
I think he's coming in pretty soon, Tower. I saw him about 10 minutes ago when I was coming down the stairs. He said, I'm coming in soon. I was like, all right.
How we doing, Dan? Newcastle got Dortmund at home tonight. On top of the group of death with 7 points if you win. Thoughts? Yeah, the massive odds on favourites, aren't they? Newcastle. Good luck to Newcastle United tonight. Celtic are playing as well in the Champions League.
I used to love playing Dortmund in the Champions League. I don't know why. We always got a result against Dortmund Spurs whenever we played them. Home, away. Just always putting
Weren't it Dortmund Spurs that did you for absolute chunks?
No, that was Marseille Spurs.
Oh, right, okay.
That was Marseille.
The Disallowed a goal.
In the last second when the ball's gone backwards. Anyway, off Emerson Royal, and the ball's literally gone backwards, and they're like, this guy's obviously got a bet on. We're going to cancel that out of VAR. Not.
Yeah, enjoy the football. It'll be an atmosphere at St James's Park, that is for sure. And at Celtic Park, two of the loudest grounds there is.
Have Celtic ever made the second round of the Champions League? Ever got out of the group? Twice. What was that? 1967. A few years after us. What about Rotherham Tower?
We won League Two once.
We won League Two once.
Yeah, we won League Two
Nice.
once with
Johnston Paint Trophy in there.
1996.
There you go.
Yeah.
So Ravi makes it 2K with the Kings, and going to get some action. Dan with 9s here on the button.
To be fair, we're the most exciting football club there is.
Yeah.
Because in 12
It's
years,
a bold statement, but
in 12 years, we've had 6 relegations, 6 promotions, and 4 Wembley appearances.
sounds exciting.
We've been to Wembley more times than 86 clubs in the last 10 years.
And action occurring here. First time today. See two hands colliding. Ravi opens Kings. Dan goes with a chunky free bet here. This is very big tower, nearly 4x.
Yeah, Ravi watching the stream yesterday, come to play the high roller today.
Yeah, nearly 4x with position, and Ravi going to mix in a cheeky little flat. Free betting here from Dan going to be fine at some frequency. We'll have some flats, we'll have some 3 bets versus hijack. But going for free bet on this occasion might have gone a smidge smaller, but once we get to this flop, going to see bet here with just the 1 over card that we are faced by. Goes for 6.3, so it's just north of a third pot from Dan, and Ravi calling with the Kings.
Five of spades turn. Ravi checks. Turn that down. Okay. Yep.
And an ace on the river, neither player gonna like that. So action killer, probably gonna see check now. Oh, Ravi with the Kings here. Gonna have a little block, I'm guessing, if we're reaching for chips. Don't expect this to be a large sizing. If Ravi has elected to bet, it does go big, goes 17.3k with Kings. Not sure what he's trying to get called by it, but never know what goes on inside the head of that man tower.
Not at all. Not at all. Welcome to the 888 Fest. First day of the main event as well, the £888 main event,
Yep.
500,000 guarantee. Started today with 74. The high roller, 34 runners, sorry, 33 in total. All day to buy in, plus buy-ins for day 2. £100k starting stack for the high roller.
Ravi opens 6-7 suited from gun. Andrew goes for free bet with the ace queen on the button. And Ravi wants to see a flop with his suited connectors. Goes for peel out of position. Nothing going on there for Ravi. Should see small size here from Andrew. Goes for 4.4 into 16. So between quarter and third, and should just be end of hand here now. Well, I say that, Ravi's just got other ideas. Just goes for the small check raise here, making it 11k. And Andy with the ace queen, just to clear continue, never folding, never raising. Going to peel with position. But now Ravi has elected to raise here basically for value, saying that he has a 10 or better. And Jack of Diamonds on the turn. And even some of the bluffs that come to mind complete now, or just the King Queen, but I guess King Queen may be in there as a bluff raise for Ravi. But look at this, just relentlessly firing, trying to represent this 10. Will have slightly more 10x as the peeler of the 3-bet than the original 3-better. That goes to 8.5k, very tiny size on the turn here, smaller than the flop raise. So 55k in the middle.
Ace of Hearts River.
And that's one we can't be bluffing on tower.
No.
Not folding out an ace now.
Ace checked up. No, that's not fold. 100k starting stack. Andrew, who plays some of our cash streams every now and again. Was Andy? $33 at the moment, cool runnings. 33 for the high roller.
Cool runnings.
Yes, great movie.
Yeah, it is. One that I've actually seen. That's pre-2000.
Great movie. Seen all the 888 guys all sat at the bar earlier. All turning up today. Most of the online players and streamers and Twitchers and all that. They're all coming in today and tomorrow. Yeah, I think there'll be a few day two buy-ins, cool runnings. Usually is. Usually is for the GUKPT one, that's for sure. And the structure, I think, mirrors a GUKPT or Grosvenor event. So you know what you're getting.
Open from Dan here, King 4 suited from hijack, and Dean with ace 10 on the button. Both options were available. Flat or 3-bet, gone for the flat on this occasion, and brings Ravi in from the big blind with the 5-3 suited.
Seven, 7, 8 flop, 2 spades. Dan with the second up flush draw. Dean with the redraw as well. But gets out of the way.
Dan just continues, gets it through.
Yeah, I think obviously there's plenty going on, as we know. There's events in London, there's events in Edinburgh, there's events in Malta, there's events in Ireland for the IPO that's starting. Coventry's on. There's a lot going on in this last couple of weeks. Busy old time around the poker tables.
Ravi and Wadey blind on blind. Ravi goes for complete. Wadey checks his option with a 9-3 off. One we could raise at some frequency. The trash from the big blind. I'm just going to check on this occasion as Wadey.
King 9 flop, King 8-4.
And not much going on for either here. Goes check, check. We can't see Ravi's cards, unfortunately. Sweating with Wadey, 6 on the turn. And 8 on the river here. And looks like Ravi going to go for the 1k bet and quick fold from Wadey.
Have you seen the Bayern Munich team today?
Didn't they play yesterday?
No, they're playing today. There's a guy playing today for Barcelona.
You just said Bayern Munich.
Not Bayern Munich, apologies.
Okay, yeah.
There's a guy playing for Barcelona right now.
Yeah.
The GUKPT was 6 months old and he wasn't born. The GUKPT started in February 2007.
16 years old.
And he was born in July 2007.
That makes me feel old, wow.
And he's playing for Barcelona.
In Champions League.
In a Champions League match. How is that possible? He can't play cards.
Just 2007 makes me feel so old. It's like...
He can't play a GUKPT, and yet he's playing up front for Barcelona. That's crazy. Hi, Dave Nichols. This is a high roller of the 888 Festival. 33 runners at the minute. This is day 1. Live stream on till round about 1 a.m.
I like these late afternoon starts, I must say. I have to put a word to Jim for GUKPTs.
No trebles. Don't back Rotherham United will be my advice tonight. We're at home against Coventry City, but I think Coventry are actually odds on.
Both Wadey and Ravi flop top pair. Ravi has Wadey out kick slightly. Likely to end up in a chop, this one. Well, I say likely to end up in a chop, the 3 on the turn. Means less likely now. Will draw for Wadey with his top pair. Ravi with the A6 going to fire again here. Goes for 6.8k, 6.8 into 11.2. That's 60% from Ravi.
And the 7 of spades.
So the 6 is actually going to play here, and Ravi going to take this one with the A6. Wadey's like, do I chop? Do I chop? No, I don't chop.
Big smile on Wadey's face. .888, rest of the 888 Fest looks like this. We're on the Wednesday. Not the Big Shot day 3 because that finished last night. The live stream finished around about 1:30. We finished. They rolled it into into the day 2 as we were near the final table by about 10 p.m. So they carried it on through. So we're now concentrating on the high roller, which started at 3. Obviously, we've just started. And we finish around about 1 a.m. Tomorrow we've got the high roller day 2 on Thursday. That's today.
That's today.
That's tomorrow. What day is it today?
Wednesday.
But tomorrow with the high roller day 2, that's tomorrow. That's a 1 o'clock start.
Yeah, 1 o'clock start.
Set your alarm.
Yeah, I will.
All right, set your alarm, please.
I will. I'll make sure. Yeah.
And then Friday, it's a 6 p.m. start on the live stream because we've got the ambassadors sit and go. as well as the cash game, and then Saturday and Sunday we concentrate on the main event, crowning the champion of the £500,000 guaranteed £888 main event. So 1 p.m. start tomorrow, 6 p.m. on Friday.
How are you doing, Ali? Law.
Hello.
Good evening. Yep, live from Coventry. Is the satellite tonight a cash-out satellite? I'm assuming it is. Most have been. We'll quickly chuck that back up. Where are we? Wednesday, main event satellite.
Turbo satellite. Main event satellite. Yeah. We'll find out, but I don't think... If he doesn't say cash-out, I'll be very surprised if he's... But we'll double-check.
No, it's just a normal sat.
Looks like a normal satellite.
It would usually say cash-out, so guessing normal sat tonight.
Yeah.
A nice top jersey, a giveaway prize. Might give away a hoodie this weekend.
We'll have to ask Keno. Keno, you never know. Remember, then you'd have to post it off.
Yeah,
and
that
you're
is true.
never up when post offices are open.
That is true.
Like ever. Have you ever posted a letter?
Yeah, I've posted a letter in a letterbox and stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, quite surprised at that. So it's not a cash out, it's a normal satellite.
Jack 9 off for Ravi, just getting involved. Likes to get amongst it early stages, try and build that stack up. Been a couple of tournaments this year where he's gone to the FT with half the chips in play, and this is how he does it. Plays loose, gets involved, takes a lot of aggressive lines and tries to build that stack from early doors. Met some resistance from Andrew here. Could have free bet this one as Andrew. Ace 10 from the small, could have definitely gone with free bet, especially versus active player in Ravi, but it's top pair for Ravi with the Jack 9. Gonna mix in a check behind here.
King of Spades on the turn.
£1.2k from Ravi on the turn, and is this a raise from Andrew? Goes for a little 7k check raise here with the ace 10. And these two battling already. Can't see Ravi folding tail up. I think always going to call here with position. So Andrew basically trying to say to Ravi he's got 5s, 8s, 9s, 9-8 suited, all these type of hands that would play in this manner. King 9 suited as well, maybe King 8 suited if he's peeling wide pre, but basically trying to tell the story that he's checked the set twice or he's checked 2 pair twice, which would be fine. Like if we had 9-8 or a set on this board, we'd definitely be checking on the King over to Ravi. Now goes for 13k. On this 7 river, 2/3 pot.
Well, we smelt it out. Have it. And a snap fold from Andrew.
Yeah, went after it. Ravi made the good call with the 9.
Indeed. Ali Law. It's not Coventry versus Rotherham, because if it was, I wouldn't be here. I'd be upstairs with my rattle and my scarf. Coventry are at Rotherham United tonight. If it had been the other way around, would have been upstairs.
It'd be me here.
Would have been Virgin Easton and Josh Manley for a couple of hours.
Saying that,
Yep.
we're playing on bloody Friday.
What?
Spurs.
Why?
Friday night football.
Why?
8 o'clock start. Do you know what time we start the cash game?
6.
8 o'clock. Bang on 8 o'clock. Why is it always
Why are
the
you
way?
playing Friday?
It's just when the fixture's scheduled
Who
for.
are you
Because
playing,
we're not
local derby?
Crystal Palace. Because we're not.
Okay.
I think it's because we're not in Europe. Obviously, they can put our fixtures wherever they want.
That's true.
So we got Palace on Friday.
Yeah, you've no worries about Palace ever been in Europe, have you?
5 points clear.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. 5 points clear at the top.
Yes. You won't
Stop
be,
the count.
You won't be. You won't be 11 to 10 then for top 4, I tell you.
I'm sure Jim looks at the Premier League fixture schedule at the start of the year and he goes, right, we're going to put the GUKPT on there, Spurs are playing there, Spurs are on TV there. Sorted.
You have been on telly a lot this year, though.
Loads. And the thing is, we've got...
Like last year, you couldn't wait, nobody could wait to turn them off.
We've got Palace, we're on telly, then we've got Chelsea, we're on telly, then we've got Villa, we're on telly, we miss a game and then we're up against City on telly. So literally next of our, I think 5 of our next 6 games were on telly.
Wow. Andy Wright watching on YouTube. Good win for us on the golf. You're not wrong, Andy. I've seen Keith Littlewood today cheering away.
And Andy Cooper just going after it today. So goes for the raise here with 7-8 of clubs and just...
He's playing like it's a cash game.
Yeah, gets set back down by Wadey. Wadey with the free bet with the jacks and...
Does he know the cash stream's Friday?
Andy out the way with 8 height. Oh, we won't win the league, Dave. I'll take top 4 now. If you offered me 4th place now, I would bite your hand off. If you're being a realist, 9 games gone in the season, not even 25% of the way there.
Oh, you're off to Malta. Nice one, Andy. Enjoy. The Malta Poker Festival starting tomorrow or today or whenever it starts. Malta, I think they've been playing poker in Malta all month. Enjoy. There's a lot of Brits over there. A lot of players that would be normally in Coventry for the 888 Fest. With the temptation of 25-degree beautiful sunshine. Malta is always on the calendar for a lot of people.
Dan with an ace goes for open in the hijack with the ace deuce off. And jack 9 for Ravi. Easy defend from the big.
Queen 9 flop. Queen 5-4, 2 clubs.
Yeah, we'll draw for Dan here, so just going to go with continue. 40%, and should be the end of Ravi. You never know with this man. You actually just never know. Sometimes he will just go for a random check raise, a random float, and there we go. Just does float off here with the jack 9. Idea is to take this away from Dan down the streets. I'm not going to be taking it away from him now.
Absolutely not. The check mark is Dan's.
And Ravi going to put on his leading shoes, and it's ill-timed as Dan has turned the wheel here on the turn. Like in terms of range, I guess it's going to be slightly better card for us. We'll have all the 6-7, all the 6 deuce. Well, maybe not offsuit, but 6 deuce suited. More 2-pair combos on this free. So Ravi goes for 17.8k, and Dan makes the call. 17.8, that's a bomb on the turn here. It's like 150% from Ravi on the turn. Dan makes the call. River card. The ace of spades. Oh, Ravi, are we going to continue to try and wrap us straight here? A lot of our range will start checking that leads turn, all these 2-pair type holdings. Once this ace rolls off.
So about 26.
He's not insta-folded, so Ravi jams here. You just never know with this man. He should have been done on the flop. Just expected it to go Bet call on the check. Bet fold on the flop. Hand over. Ravi goes for the float. Then goes to the over 1.5x pot lead on the turn. And Dan, I'm just going to take that one with the wheel. Can be a tricky old customer, Ravi. Got a lot of moves in the locker. A lot of unorthodox moves as well. Things you wouldn't see from anyone else. Yeah, don't see it very often, Ben. That's some line he's taken there, I'll tell you that. With his particular hand as well. It's the Ravi factor. It's how he builds his stacks. Super aggressive down the streets. There's a new player, takes his seat at the table. Let's see who we got. It's Asish Ghosh. Welcome, sir.
Shares 3 diamonds.
Looking like a nice field as well, Tal. Just looking through some of the names that are in. Obviously, we got our featured table. Some notables on that. Dixie Dean's back in today.
Good old Dixie.
Arian, Robbie Ball, Jamie Lee, Wilco's playing, Stu Rutter, Josh Bolton, Dan Laidlaw, Stato, fresh off of his Sunday Million win on Sunday.
Upstairs.
Yeah, just scoops the Sunday Million and just like bowls down into the casino. Jack Veal, Mitch Johnson, Keith Littlewood, Ian Simpson, Ryan Mandara, Kev Allen. A few notable names that are in the field here for the high roller at 888.
Any token giveaway, lads, says Dave Nichols. We'll have to ask the 888 team. See if they can flick a few at us. If not, we'll still do a couple of quizzes. Jay will give something away, I'm sure. He's like that.
Yeah, well. I might give a cup of tea away now. Would you like one?
Oh, are you on the tea run?
Would you like one?
Go
It's
on,
it's
then.
only
Go
there.
stretch your legs, seeing as though you've just got up. We'll ask the 888 team as more. Edan, to be fair, Edan doesn't come until tonight, and he's the online guy. So we'll check him. Asish wakes up with the sevens, just bought in. Here's 10 for Dean, and he flops an ace, but look at Asish, middle set. And he finds the check. Should just be a check call. Shouldn't be check raising. It doesn't. Dean Hutchison in seat number 1. Amazing year for Dean. Queen of Diamonds on the turn. Dean finishing 7th in the World Series main event this year, sat in seat number 1. Had a super year. Won a high roller as well this year, and is now down in Coventry. Turn up today with Ludo and jump straight in the HR. And the 4th diamond gives Dean the hand. The 10 of diamonds place for Dean Hutchinson.
Yeah, And snap check from a Sish. Going to be clear value bet here now for Dean. Just comes down to what size we want to go.
Yeah. And is this a... It looks an easy fold, doesn't it? But we can see the cards.
It's just what diamonds does Dean get to the river with in this manner, and a Sish doesn't love it, but shows the flop set.
Indeed it. What did I do with the treble winnings, Tower? Did I buy a Lambo? Well, there's a McLaren F1 in the car park. And I don't think I could still buy a tyre for it. Jack Veal's McLaren looks stunning in the car park. We shall put it towards Saturday's Towers treble. That's what we'll do, Dave.
Ace deuce 4, Wadey makes it 2 from the button. A Sish with the king 9 from the small. Out of that. And Dan can't defend the 9 deuce.
So the blinds at 4, 800k starting stack. Players can buy in all day. As you can see, a C has just turned up, and now we have a new player in C number 7.
Yeah, Twan comes to the table.
So I'm late. Here he comes.
Have we got a special treble coming on Saturday, Tower, for the 888?
We shall be
You should do an 8-fold.
an 8-fold. Flipping heck. Imagine.
Well, you should do a Goliath, which is essentially it's an 8-fold, but then 7-fold, 6-fold. It's like a lucky 63, but with 8 bets. Costs 243 quid. A pound win lucky Goliath is a 243.
Is that like one of them bets you did with Ascot with all them races?
No, I would done a lucky 63 every day. That is a record, I think. There must be someone out there that's done the same, but 24 races, 24 horses I picked, not one place in 24 races. Not one place, not one winner at Ascot this year. Lucky 63 every day. Of the 4 days, didn't get a single place out of 24 horses. It is very hard to do, Tal. And they weren't even long shots. Like, they were all like between probably 3 to 1 and like 25 to 1. And 24 horses, not a single place. Not getting a winner's one thing, but not a place is just crazy.
Don't put Spurs in it, says Tim. We can't. They play Friday night on TV.
Yes, we do.
And JB says, good evening, lads. Watching on a cruise ship in between Livorno and heading to Barcelona. Cruise paid for by Towers Treble. Things we like to hear. JB, have a fantastic time. I bet it's amazing.
Look at this from Ravi. C bets the flop, Wadey raises, he floats with Jack 9 high, and then just goes for the snap lead on the turn for like just over 2/3 pot. And Wadey in a tough spot with his 5s now, because this just looks so strong from Ravi. After he calls the raise on the flop, then leads into us on the turn. Just looks like he's got a hand that doesn't want us checking back, and now Wadey in a tough spot here with the 5s. Because it kind of does look like Ravi just trying to take the check back away from us. He does have a value hand, but this man finding bluffs in the unbluffable spots. And I'd be surprised if Wadey continued here, Tower. Going to burn for another time bank. We are very deep. 100k starting stack, big blind 800.
All in.
Wow.
Wadey.
So just sniffs it out with the 5s. Non-believer and was spot on. Always says he's a field player. he feels, whether he's got the best hand or the worst hand, and spot on that occasion.
And this is day 1 of the high roller. Day 2 starting at 1 p.m. tomorrow. We'll be in on the live stream starting at 1:30. Crowning a champion sometime tomorrow evening.
King 10 for Brandon makes it 2.5. Wadey Flatham with the Queen 10 suited. How many runners so far? We have 35 in so far. Usually starts fairly low, the high roll up. You get a lot of entries, few levels in, and probably 10 to 15 entries when late reg is about to close tomorrow. So free bet from Twan makes it 8k with the Kings. Brandon not going to be able to continue. Wadey though, Queen 10 suited. Could have a dabble with this one if he fancied it, but out of position, thinks better. And no action for Twan with the Kings.
2k high roller. This is what he's running. I think you normally look at 60, 70 runners in total. We know there's plenty going on around the world these days.
Usually, like GUKPTs at Tara and I usually cover him probably between 80 and 120 is like the ballpark figure for high rollers. Obviously Leeds last week we did have 121. That was a good turnout. Go to Luton a few weeks before, we had like 60 odd, so definitely diff up. But if I had to say, I'd say 90 odd for this one come tomorrow when late reg closes. Wadey making it 2.5k, getting involved again, this time with the goods, Ace King. And 665 Rainbow.
Top tips to get better for a player who plays the red tooth poker mainly. Practice.
Yeah.
Play it.
Experience is a big thing.
Yeah.
Try not to be single-minded and have one way in which you play that you think is the best way to play. Always try and be learning. Sometimes you have to go outside your comfort zone and start playing a different style because it's going to make us more over the long run. But always have a chat with your circle, ways of improving, ideas about hands, surround yourself with a good group of people. I think that's one of the biggest ones for me this day and age. If you're really trying to succeed in the poker world, it's very difficult to do as a lone wolf when you've got a good circle of players around you. You're all bouncing ideas off of each other, you're chatting hands, you're disagreeing, which is good. You both have different opinions about hands, you can learn more, and then just play, experience.
And don't think that red tooth poker is just full of people on a night out having a beer, because there's some very good players that play the pub poker these days. They have a Vegas trip every year. That's how good a lot of the red tooth players are. They have national championships and everything.
And then obviously everywhere nowadays you can go online. I know 88 Poker on their YouTube channel, they've got lots of training tips, videos, how to improve your game, little snippets. Everything's out there these days with the internet. You can get good at anything if you just put your mind to it.
Yep, depends how much you want to practice, same as everything. If you want to put everything into practice.
And that them stakes pure gaming. What I would say as well, just one tip is fold more. Start folding more hands. Like try not to be.
What happens if you can't?
If you can't, you look at it, you're like, yeah.
You can't fold anymore. You play like tower.
Yeah, because at like the £10, the £20, that sort of remit buying, I go and play probably once every 2 weeks. with the other half. They have a 30-40 pound comp on at Hill Street, and I go for a little dabble, have a few beers. But the one thing I see in that comp at that sort of buying level is people are just playing way too many hands. People are V-pipping too much. There's lots of calling going on, not much raising and not much folding, so not too much aggression and just getting involved in a lot of loose passive play, which isn't going to be good. I think that's the best advice at that specific buying level. Fold more, play slightly tighter, and rather than taking passive lines, try and incorporate some more aggressive lines in.
How much are you expecting to be the prize pool for the 2K main event at the grand final? Between 600,000 and 700,000 probably. Might sneak up a little bit higher towards the 800k mark. Always a good festival. We'll have a lot of news regarding London coming this weekend. News about next year when Jim gets into the chat. He's going to come in the comms for half an hour and run through what is going on poker wise for the rest of this year and the start of next year as well. Is Chase who won the big shot the next Phil Ivey?
We'll have to wait and see.
Absolutely. Played well. Lovely young man. 18 years old in a week. Has to be the youngest winner
Surely.
ever. Certainly on a stream that we've done. I know Annette Oberstrad years and years ago won a bracelet when she was 18, but literally just turned 18. Chase, who was playing yesterday? I think the main event's 2K in the grand final.
Usually is. We've had it at 2.5k a couple of years, but I think last year's back at that price point at 2k. And we'll have some info about that coming up when we reach Blackpool. As Ravi here with the 8s makes it a big meaty 8x sizing. Going to get a call from Asish with the ace queen. Antoine, who originally limped the deuces here from under the gun, now with a decision. He's going to make the call with the ducks, looking for a deuce on the flop. And doesn't find it, but nice looking flop for Ravi. Overpair to the board, gut shot here with the 8s and also has position. So should just be checking to Ravi here tower. Asish and Antoine should be playing in float. Yes, Asish is from the big blind, and like usually on this board we can have some donks, but once Ravi makes it 8x, our big blind range becomes completely different to what it would be against an original button open and defend. So should still be playing check here, Asish, but just goes for the donk here for 12k on 7-4-5, and Ravi just going to go for the insta raise, setting Asish all in with the pocket 8s, and now Asish going to have to get out the way, but can't really give you an explanation for the lead here, guys, but I'm sure Asish had his own ideas why he was doing what he was doing. I can't really think why would go for the lead here with the ace queen, and does eventually fold. Odin, Rob Kemp. Che, other than getting to sit with Tower all the time, what made you want to do the streams rather than chase the prize money on the circuit? I'm not really the biggest fan of Hold'em MTTs, to be honest. I'm not the biggest lover of playing them. They bore me. Prefer to play cash or even Omaha tournaments. So just really not for me. I don't mind coming to play a side event, having a few beers, and playing some Hold'em, having a chat with a few people, having a laugh. I'll go Vegas, play the main event, Hold'em, and a few other side events, but that's about it for me, really. It's probably just the enjoyment factor. I'm not a fan of grinding out for 2 days, sometimes making zero money, sometimes grinding for 3 days and doubling your money. Just not the biggest fan of MTTs. Don't really play much Hold'em these days. Don't play too many tournaments unless I'm having a trip abroad. So it's just Omaha cash games, sometimes dealer's choice cash games for me. And of course, I'm sat next to the tower, so I get all his top-notch betting tips on the side as well. There's ones you don't see, guys. On breaks, he'll run up to me and be like, "Look at this! I picked this one out for you. 6-1 first goal scorer. Odds on." Yeah, but that's about it, Rob. It was a few years ago, well, nearly 6 years ago now, since I've been doing this. Thoroughly enjoy the job. Love the team. All goes well together, but I don't think you'd see me grinding these regularly if I wasn't sat here in the booth with the tower. I might play one here and there, but just Hold'em tournaments, I'll be honest with you, tower, they bore the life out of me.
Yeah. I like how you come up and say, I played the £40 game with Alice the other day, chip leader, I went home. Get a phone call the day after, Jay, you cashed yesterday. He does that regular, guys. Evening, Simon. How we doing, Simon? Hope you're well. Hope the job's going good.
No, the grand final's probably going to be around 2K, Bazza.
Yeah, it is 2K. I think it's 18 plus 2. 2K, I do believe, the grand final. I think we'll have that on some template this weekend as well. A lot of information regarding London, as it's only just over a month away.
How does Chase do it, Jay? He hasn't played a lot of tournaments. Any tips? Tournament poker, huge amount of variance, lots and lots of variance. Chase seemed to play pretty snug. There were a few moments on the FT where he took a couple of lines that were unexpected, but did seem to play fairly snug for an 18-year-old. He seemed to handle his chips well. Seemed like he's got more experience than his age in towels at the table. And to be fair, played pretty well, so credit to him. But as we all know, tournament poker is a beast. So much variance in it. Might not win another comp for 10 years. That's how it goes sometimes. And one thing I will say, we see a lot of young players over the years have deep runs, have big scores, and then they're around for a few months, and then we don't see too much of them again. But I think the best thing to do for Chase is maybe go away, not sort of get overwhelmed by that score. Yeah. If he wants to continue playing some poker, maybe
he has played home games for a while.
Go and put some work in.
And a few friends.
Go watch back the final table. Look at some hands.
That's exactly what he said he was going to do.
Look at some hands. Run some hands. See if we're doing the correct thing. But as I said, a huge amount of variance in tournament poker, and that's just how it goes. Pure gaming.
Off to the races.
And that's why we love the game, because anyone can win, no matter your skill level.
Who wins this one? Let's see. Queens. Ravi with the ace king suited. Who runs best? 9, 2, 4. Clean as you like for the Queens. Needs to fade an ace or a king. It's a double. And does. The Queens win one. Is it warm in the UK? I see Dean in t-shirts and shorts. Dean always wears t-shirts and shorts whenever he's playing poker. It's not cold in the casino at all. Might be a bit nippy on the night time here in Coventry, but the forecast, saw the forecast this morning. Great. Good for taxi drivers and ducks for the next few days in Britain. That's it.
What's that?
The weather. It's good. And in the next few days in Britain, it's going to be good for taxi drivers and ducks.
And ducks.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, dear, man. Hi, gang. Another great coverage. Well done to all involved in the coverage. Great bunch of people. Oh, well, Mr. Towers. 143 to go for the next surprise. 143?
143 to go for the next surprise. Nope.
Pass.
Lost me there.
That evening, everyone. This is the high roll up we got for you today. Day one, finishing around 1 a.m.
Yeah. If there is an event in Cyprus and it doesn't clash with work, we might actually get over to see Mehmet. He watches all our live streams, tunes in on a regular basis. After Frankie Thomas, if you walk around Darlow, you see lads wearing shorts and flip-flops all year round, regardless of the weather.
Ah, he's talking about your Vegas trip.
143 events to go for the next surprise. I see what you mean, Mehmet. Is that what it is? 143?
We done 7 since Luton before Vegas, really? Luton 1, Goliath 2, London 3, Leeds 4. I think it's 146 you got to go, Tower.
Damn. Is it not 6? Whatever it was a great surprise from all the team. Thanks to Jim and Tom and all the lads at Cardroom Direct and everybody else involved. Still got the trophy.
And Dan double barreling with the 8.6, gets it through.
Alright. Nixon coming into deal. How are you? Is the Mad Turk in the building? I've not seen him just yet. He might be in this weekend. If he's not playing the high roller, I'll be surprised if he's not playing the main event. It's only half an hour away from where he lives. Unless he's on holiday, living the dream. He'd have been in Cyprus, wouldn't he? The Mad
Yeah,
Turk?
he went over there. He did go over there. Whether he's still there or not, another question. I doubt anyone's still there on the Wednesday, Tower, when the event finished on the Monday, I believe.
Yeah, unless you see him visiting family.
Yeah, could potentially. Could be with Mehmet right now. 10-6 of hearts of Dan. Chooses to open from cut-off, raise and take.
Tens for Wadey. Raises up to 2.5. The blinds at 1k. Dean with the ace-jack suited.
Should see Dean get involved. Does come along.
Yeah.
With the call. And Ravi in with the same hand, but of the diamond variety.
Off to the flop. And we flop a 10. Wadey 10, king 4.
Imagine a queen on the turn. Just imagine, because we're going to go 3 ways to the turn. There's no doubt about that. Can Nicky find it for the carnage? Even a diamond's fun, I guess, for Ravi to pick up that diamond drop. Boo.
The 5 of hearts on the turn.
It's not that I'm rooting against Wadey. I love Wadey to pieces, but we do love a bit of carnage on the featured table. Can we find it on the river?
You checked it all the way around to see the river, and it's not. The 8 of diamonds.
So Wadey's set.
Very clean for Wadey, that.
I'm going to go for value. Doubt he's going to get called in either spot here.
Yes, cool.
Oh, Ravi pays off with ace
It
high.
is,
Maybe
yeah.
thinks Wadey's got a queen jack, jack 9 type hand. Gets paid. Right there, Mike Bates. Richie Whitmore, good evening.
Evening, Rich.
Jay, when you're opening lower buy-ins, you seem to get most of the table going in. Should you raise more or play more position spots? When we're talking about the buy and remit, we were just chatting about, like, it's kind of like in like a 1K, we're just going to open min with all of our range because we don't want to open bigger with our strong hands and just open min with our mediocre because we're going to get free bet. However, once we do start playing the 30, the 40 pound comps, not many people, if any, at this buying level are even taking note of that. So you can actually be really unbalanced and just open a bigger size in with your hands that you want more action with, and open a smaller size in with like your mediocre hands, because people aren't paying attention to that at that smaller buying level. Obviously, once we go 100, 200 pound buying, it's going to change. We just want to keep the same size. But when you're at like the proper micros, you can just be unbalanced and start trying to get more value from your stronger hands and just making it smaller with your mediocre hands, because people aren't going to be free betting you at that level unless they've just got the goods. It's going to be like 10s plus ace queen where the free bets are going to come from these players. And the other thing as well, at this buy-in level, it's so easy to navigate post-flop in position, so we can actually start playing a lot more hands in position post-flop, because people just play their hands face up. They bet their top pairs, they check when they're weak. Like, they're not going to check to you twice as a trap. If they check to you twice, they're always going to weak, so then we can just start double barreling them off any hand. There's like a lot of little exploits you can do when you do go down to the 30, 40 pound live comps, just because not many people are very good. If there's not many people that are going to be very good poker players at that level, if they're playing 30, 40 pound buying comps, it's for a reason. A lot of the time it's just recreationals that want a night out, have a little dabble at poker and try and nick 400 or 500 quid if they end up winning it. If you go and play that strategy at Hill Street, you'd get on perfect. You get on perfect. You'd be winning every week.
Is that how you play?
Well, yeah,
Hill
well,
Street.
that's the thing, Tal. It's the same with anything. Like the more difficult the more difficult the comp, the bigger the buy-in, the tougher it's going to be. The
Yep.
smaller the buy-in, the easier it's going to be. Just
Yep.
because you're going to get better players at the bigger buy-ins and you're going to get weaker players at the smaller buy-ins. It's as simple as that.
And like we said, we go seven to a flop more
Yeah,
times
yeah,
than
exactly,
a 30 pound
like-
comp, don't we?
Yeah, and like bluff frequency at a bare minimum, pure gaming. Like, you don't want to be bluffing these players that aren't going to want to be folding a pair. As you get deeper in the tournament and you're in the money, maybe final table, then maybe we can start upping the aggression to get people off the hands, because then they may start playing tighter once they're near the money. But bluff frequency at a bare minimum in these type of comps, because people do not like to fold when they've only bought in for 30, 40 quid.
Yep.
So best sort of strat I can give you if you're trying to grind up through the micros and start playing big up in a few months' time. There's a Sish out flops Ravi with the top pair. And checks it over to him. In terms of range, definitely going to have lots of bets on this board as the open up, and Ravi does choose to continue. Makes it 3k, so just south of half. Sish calls with the ace-4. 6 of clubs on the turn, and probably one that should see check here. Well, look at this from Asish, goes for lead here. I actually don't mind this. Gonna have slight 6x advantage. Goes for lead for half pot, and Ravi gonna call here with the 8s. Oh, he must have known.
Oi. He always knows.
He
that
must have
rabbit.
known. Things you love to see on the river. Bit of an optimistic call against Asish. Doesn't look like a man that's just going to start leading a 3-4, 3-5 of clubs on this 6th turn. So might have just let the 8s go, but once we get here, guess he's going big. Expect to see big. Oh, go small, go 6.2k. So thinking trying to target an ace specifically. Ravi slams the 2 out, takes a nice one. Yeah, that's the great thing about this game, guys. Like, at different buying levels, you're going to be playing differently. You're going to be playing differently dependent on your table. You've got to be adjusting all the time, adaptable to the situations. Sometimes you can be on a table draw where everyone's playing really, really tight, so you can amp up the aggression. Sometimes you get a table draw when it's just loosey-goosey, so you're going to tighten up. Like, the best players out there are the ones that can recognise very quickly who's at their table, the tendencies of their players, and how to play against or potentially exploit, and then being able to adjust straight away if they get moved to a different table and recognise that this table's playing completely different from a different table, and now we've got to change our strategy again. And it's what makes it such a great game. Every given scenario can be different.
Exactly right.
And even the worst player in the field can sometimes win. Whoop, whoop. Although it's very slim. Very slim. It's always possibility. Variance, what makes it so fun. Every person goes to that cash desk, they enter, and they have the belief that they can win and take the trophy home. But in reality, it's very difficult to win a tournament, especially one of this magnitude. No sixes for Andy. Ravi with the 5-3 suited. Should have Jim coming in soon, Tower. He said to me, I'll be in a minute at about 6 o'clock.
In a minute?
In a minute, yeah. He said in a minute. As I was strolling in early.
Yep. You'll have got caught up with something. Rabbit doing the right thing.
He bet 1k on the river, one big blind trying to get value from his bottom pair. Snapped off by the sixes.
High Roller 888 Festival here in Coventry. Good evening, one and all. Whatever you are doing later, we're on till around about 1 AM.
Yeah, 1 AM finish today.
And then back tomorrow at 1:30 PM for day 2, as we'll crown a champion of this event. Friday we will have the sit and go on for all the ambassadors from 888 at 6.
Oh, another lay-in Friday. Better put that on the calendar. Every day I got a lay-in as a big green circle on my calendar.
It says win in the middle.
Feels strange as well, Tower, doing a high roller on the Wednesday. I think this is the first time
It is, you're right.
for me and you.
Yep. You're absolutely spot on.
Pocket nines for assist, makes it 3k here. And Dan goes for the free bet here, Tower. Very small size in choice from Dan if we are going to elect to free bet this one, which is perfectly fine at some frequency. Ace versus the button open, but need to go larger from the small blind here. Like, could have even gone as big as 13k, 14k, that sort of size here.
He's going to lead this flop.
Yeah, 9k just way too small in my opinion, out of position. And actually very interesting because Dan free bet in position earlier and went near 4x, and now he's free bet out of position and he's gone 3x. So he's actually got it round the wrong way. He's going bigger in position and smaller out of position when it should be the other way round. Either way, he's going to try and take this one down with a lumpy c-bet, 2/3 on the Queen 3-4 and just one overcard assist his face by it. Got an easy call with position.
Yep, which he does. Off to the turn. The 10 of clubs. In the barrel.
Yeah,
His turn.
probably going to work versus Assish's actual holding tower, but I'm just trying to think what this is. I guess we go have some ace-x of clubs, flushes. Guess we've got just as many as Assish. Just prefer a club in our hand here, Tower. I want a hand that couldn't be drawing dead. Like if we got the ace of clubs, then yeah, can get behind it, but can be drawing dead in this spot some of the time as Dan, and just barreling relentlessly. As we said, against Assish's hand, it's actually going to work. I think versus his range, maybe a bit of a misstep. That maybe could have a read on the situation. Thought Assish was weak. That was right. Just with the pair of nines, no club. And the aggression prevails.
Really makes it 2.5. Dan says, yeah, let's see a flop.
Fine to pill this one as Dan from button. The ace-9 suited. And Dean with ace-deuce off here, Tower. One we could, once in a while, go for the squeeze with the ace-deuce off from the big blind, but just going to fold on this occasion.
Timing.
Yeah, like I said, very well timed. He's in rough shape against these two hands.
Yeah, it certainly is. And an ace-high flop. Where he's not liking that. Ace-5 queen.
Does have the king of diamonds, continues for 40%, and Dan with a quick call with his top pair.
Jack of spades on the turn.
So check, check.
Yeah, check. Wadey checks again.
Imagine the check, the check raise here, Tower, turning the kings into a bluff with the king of diamonds, blocking king 10 as well. Turning the kings into a bluff now. He's just going to call here, Wadey. This is, I do it all the time on stream. Whenever I see a blocker hand, PLO player comes out in me and just want him to go, right, stick it in Dan's face, turn the kings into a bluff, but Wadey just pays it off and sees the bad news. How you doing, Chrissy? Chrissy Taylor. Shout out to Nixon for working so hard and all the rest of the poker dealers at the festival. Great work.
Nice one, Chrissy. They're a great team. They're a great bunch of people. And they all lose money to Jay at the end of the night playing Big Two.
I lose all my pennies, Tower.
All these pennies.
This week, all my pennies gone.
Look forward to seeing you in Blackpool for most of the festival, Chrissy. Pretty sure you'll be there for all of it.
All I'm going to say, when we go Blackpool next month, the
Yes.
missus ain't going to be happy with her 2p pot all gone to the dealers. Been collecting them 2p's all year for Blackpool, and now...
Have we got the camel racing championship sorted
Yeah,
out yet?
we need to have we need Arabian Derby, ain't it? We need to have a go. It's all about the technique.
Apparently there's a technique. Is it not just throw the balls as quick as you
but
can?
instead of rolling the balls forward, you want the ball spinning backwards. Like in pool, if you want to play backspin, you
Yeah.
hit at the bottom of the ball and it spins this way instead of forward.
I had no idea there was a technique.
And then when it hits the hole, it catches the hole and just drops in.
There you go. Oi, oi. Chris is on the way down to play the main event. Fabulous. Right, did you cash in the mystery bounty? Chrissy, pretty sure Chrissy went a deep run
I think she did.
in the mystery.
I thought you looked at me then. I was like, is that a
No,
needle?
no. I know you did 14 bullets.
Yeah, that's the one, Ali. Law.
Yeah.
That is the one where you roll the balls up. I might just go to Blackpool for 3 days in the summer and just play that for 3 days and not let anyone else win. All the kids that want to win their teddies just sit there with the balls on at the end of it.
We'll film it one day. That'd be funny. Tower versus Jay.
We had a card room direct crazy golf competition
I would have loved that.
down in Southend.
Southend?
Me and Andy Booth nearly died that day.
What?
Me and Andy Booth nearly died that day. So they've got a fantastic crazy golf in Southend. It's one of the best I've ever seen. There's tunnels and all sorts, and there's like caves and everything. It's on the seafront.
Yeah.
It's near their big casino. Really enjoyed it. Come on, lads, let's go and have an afternoon off. We had the morning off. We're going to have a game of crazy golf.
Yeah.
Me, PK and Andy go down at crazy golf. Me and Andy, first hole, waxes ball down the middle, We thought, we'll go and see how close we are. So we're halfway down the cave. Next minute, somebody gets the driver out. And I mean, he whacks it at 138 miles an hour. And we had to duck.
Was it like pinging around the cave? Like a cartoon, I can imagine it.
Yeah.
Ever been to a Roxy's ballroom? Sure, they'll have a couple of those. They don't have them in there, Ali.
South Pier, Blackpool.
South Pier's where we're going for
Absolutely. I'm pretty sure it's South Pier.
the championship.
There's one on Central Pier, I know for sure, but I'm pretty sure there's one at South Pier.
Have you ever been in a Roxy's ballroom?
Nope, never heard of
There's
it.
literally one right next door to me, and they're actually like bowling alley, shuffleboard, ping
Oh,
pong,
okay.
pool, all that stuff. Basketball.
See, that's what we need here.
Yeah, we do. We need like a little.
Yeah.
What we should do?
It needs an entertainment venue.
They should get like two FIFA screens set up side by side. Have a FIFA
Well, go
tournament. Everyone puts a fiver in.
Yep.
Winner takes all.
Get the action tracker Mikey to play. Everybody would be a millionaire.
He's actually quite good, Mikey. Believe it. I'm not even just saying it. He's
I
actually.
like
You can
it.
tell he's played a bit of FIFA. You can tell he's played a bit of FIFA.
Indoor curling. I've seen that. I've done the indoor curling. There's one in Preston. Actually, a place called Garstang, which is down the bottom of the M55. If you're driving into Blackpool, the motorway that turns round off the M6. Garstang is there's an indoor curling there. It's really good. It's cold.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Because it's obviously on ice.
Brandon on the button makes it 3k into Wadey's big, and just going to be raise and take for him. That would be a good idea. Maybe speak to Jim about it when he comes in. Be like, can we do anything entertainment next year? A couple of TVs, console, maybe a ping pong table, something to.
Yeah. That's what you see at the Irish Open.
Yeah.
It's what you see in other venues. What you get every time you go to an event. There's a little games hall. Where players can, when they're not playing poker all the time, they want to enjoy themselves.
Cornhole.
Yes. We were good at that.
I had 2 good shots back to back, and that was it. 2 good shots back to back. I had my first 2 shots, dink in the middle, second one, dink in the middle, and I thought, bloody hell, he's good at this. Couldn't hit a barn door after that.
Semi-finals we got to.
There was only 8 teams in it, but we did get to the semi-finals. We won our first game.
We did.
Pocket 5s for Andrew makes it 2.4. Queen 8 for Ravi. Out the way on the button. Ace 10 suited for Wadey. Makes the call, and expect the Sish to come along with the King 7 suited here from the big blind. And what a flop for Andy Cooper. 5, 4, 4. Flops the nut boat and checks it behind, hoping for a Sish or Wadey to catch up.
Queen of Spades turn.
Well, a Sish.
Yeah, with the foot stroke.
Am I missing something here? Oh, the turn's not been out on the graphic. I saw a Sish had 1% still. That is actually drawing dead with the King 7 suited.
No, it's Queen of Spades, isn't it, on the turn?
Yeah. So he's dead versus, and he's got a boat.
Yeah, he has the boat.
So Andy goes for the raise on the turn. A Sish makes the call. And off to the river. Won't want to see a spade. And it's just quads.
Just the quads.
Quads for Andy. And the Sish checking. I guess we're going after a queen here. Zandy, so I don't think he's going to go too large tower. Just think the hand we're trying to get called by is Queen X specifically.
Yeah, just under half pot. Well, near pot size, to be fair.
Yeah, like 90%, but a Sish can't call with King High. FIFA is the game to play if you want to see the high roller players on tilt for a change. Can be tilt in FIFA.
Can it?
Yeah, it can be. I learnt the hard way. First, got it this year, first few games, just kept getting smashed all over the park, done some research, got my custom tactics sorted now, and I've lost 2 games.
You've done some research?
Yeah, done some research. I've literally, I literally lost
How to flick the button quicker?
Well, you do custom
The
tactics,
square and
so
triangle.
you give each of your player individual roles, like high press if they want to cut out passes, if you want them to stay back, get forward, press on first touch, heavy pressure, all this stuff. The depth of your team makes a big difference.
Do you not just press the button as fast as you can to make him run faster?
This is what I'm about to say. This is how different it is. So I could not win a game when I first started just playing on the default tactic. Went on YouTube, got some custom tactics from the team, and now I've lost 2 games in 40. I've lost 2 games in 40 games since the custom tactics are set. So that's how different it is these days now. You can't just go and play a game because you get absolutely slaughtered. You need to do all these tactics.
You just press the speed button as quick as you can and slide in.
It's literally more like Football Manager these days. Everyone's got their own individual role. You've got to set it up yourself.
Wow.
A great game. As we see the 865 here, got shot for Dan and Wadey with top pair. And 10 on the turn, so up and down now for Dan. Looks like going to start leading. Goes for 7k. And Wadey makes the call. Queen on the river would be fun.
There's not, it's a 4.
Yeah, I don't mind the bluff here at all here from Dan. Weren't a big fan of the A7 a few orbits ago, but I think this one's fairly nice from him. Wadey, non-believer, going to pick it off with just an 8. Nice call, sir, with the Queen 8. I'll need some custom tactics for Hold'em, says TM. That's the thing, it's just a completely different game now. It's literally the first time I've played it in about 7-8 years, and it's just a completely different game from what it was back in 2015, when you just go into the game, you do your team, off you go. But now, so much more to it.
That's the problem. People just want to flick buttons and play.
Yeah.
Can't do that anymore.
You just get smashed, Tower, honestly. I thought, what on earth was going on when I was playing online when that first came out? I thought, am I really that bad now? Has everyone got so good over the last 6-7 years? Now I've gone on YouTube, done a bit of research, and off we go. What's the best advice to learn PLO now? God. What, for a complete rank beginner that's never played before? I'd say same advice as I gave to my friend in the £30-40 comp, fold more, but same again in PLO. Try and play tight when you first start. Just top end of range. Try not to be playing too loose. Sort of get to gist with the game. Just understand the dynamics of it. I don't know what's the first thing I would teach someone who had never played a hand of PLO before, Tower. That's a good question. Okay, I got it. Cool Runnings Poker. What I would say, if you are looking to get into PLO, regarding when we go post flop, on the boards where the nuts more likely to change, we use big bets, and when we're on boards where the nuts is less likely to change, we use smaller bets. I think that is a decent bit of advice for someone that's just starting out. On the boards where the nuts very likely to change, we use the big size or pot size, and on the boards when the nuts is less likely to change, we use the smaller size. And I think that's a good little nugget to get you started. A 10 on the river, so 9's going to be good here for Dan. Asish just checks.
Won't be too confident, Dan, with the 9s, but he gets the check mark.
What's the next game after PLO that will get popular, going to get a head start? I don't think there'll be too much else coming out now. I think it's just Hold'em and PLO. I think you may see a PLO takeover in the next 2-3 years, in my opinion. So maybe get in the Omaha streets and start putting some work in now, because I think there could be a boom regarding the Omaha scene in the next 2-3 years.
They tried the short deck. People never got into that, apart from the pure gamblers. They tried the Chinese.
I don't mind Chinese. Chinese is
No,
a good little fun, good little
even
game.
I tried learning Chinese.
Triple flop 6 card, that's what they need. They need a 6 max triple flop 6 card Omaha tournament.
I actually covered the first ever Chinese tournament in Macau.
Did you?
First ever. In 2008. You had a tournament, you had 30 seconds to make your hand.
Triple flop's a great game. So much thinking in it. People just think it's an absolute gamble, but when you're deep and how equities run, how each out becomes more than 3% on turns, it's just real fun game. It's fun as well, Tay, if you played a lot of triple flop, like people don't recognise that the nuts on the turn isn't the nuts you've got top set, or you got the nut straight and someone with their drawing hand, because you've got to further the deck out, someone with their drawing hand is actually in front of you equity wise, and then you just keep getting there on the rear and they're like, how'd you keep getting there? You're the luckiest person I've ever met, you always get there. No, I had 80%. I had 80% on this board. Yes, I've got ace high, but I had 80%. But triple flop's one of my favourites. So much into that game.
So I'm guessing with triple flop, you just keep the same hole cards.
Yeah, so you get dealt 6 cards like Omaha, and then it's just 3 boards and majority wins. But the key factor in that game is the turn, because once you get to the turn, you've got 12 cards on the board, you've got 6 in your hand, so you're actually accounting for a third of the deck. So what this actually means is that each out now becomes just north of 3%. So for example, if you've got a 20 outer, if you've got a wrap flush draw on one board, you're actually 60% here on this board. So like majority of the time you're going to win this board, even with just ace high, you're wrapping your nut flush draw, because each out now becomes just north of 3%, whereas in Omaha it would be 2.5%, in Hold'em slightly lower as well.
Okay.
So it doesn't seem much. Hold on a minute, you go.
So how often do you win all 3?
Well, it's not about winning all 3. You need to win 2. The idea is to win 2,
Got
3. Yeah, the idea is to win 2 boards or more, or 1.5 boards, being the majority, and someone on 1 and chopping 1 with the other one. But the key component about that game that people don't recognise is the turn, and being a third of the deck being accounted for, and therefore our equity for each out now being 3% rather than 2.5%. And it doesn't seem much, 0.5%. You think, oh, that's not much, 0.5%. But if you think of a 20 outer, 0.5% for a 20 outer is now an extra 10%, which is massive. And Tao, I don't know why I'm even looking at you. I'm explaining it. If you could see Tao's face now.
I tell you what, triple flop. I will be on the side of, well, surely you just
get it in,
and you're praying that you win 2 out of the three pots. You need to know your mathematical side of the game for that.
So got a bit of action here, going to jump back in it, bit off tangent with some of the side, well, mixed games.
5 chord, 5 Good evening from the hot tub. Is that a pub? Evening, Brad. Brad Simpson watching on Facebook from his local pub called the Hot Tub. I bet he's got some Prosecco in at the side of him as well. I bet he has. He's definitely a Prosecco kind of guy.
Dean now sizing up, goes for 6.2k, and blind on blind here, Tower. Brandon's hand just too good to be folding, especially on the double flush draw board now. Lots of bluffs Dean can have here, like 9-10, 6-5, 9-6 with a heart or diamond. Like all these type of holdings going to be in there, so Jack 8 just going to be too strong to be folding just yet.
Four of spades river. Check mark for Dean. Top pair on the flop.
Yeah, nice clean run out to go for 3 streets here for Dean. I'm just going to go for the 3rd street, and this is where the decision is going to occur for Brandon. Flop and turn. Very trivial, but now difficult one on this river. Jack of Hearts not a good card to have here. definitely a card that will be used with some of Dean's bluffs, like the Jack 10, the Jack 9 with a heart. So not the best card to have here for Brandon. And still lots of bluff possibilities on this board. The 9-10, the 9-6, 6-5, backdoor diamonds, front door hearts. Maybe even just some random like 10-6 gut shot that's picked up diamonds. There's lots of bluffs on this particular board, and ranges are very wide because we are blind on blind. And then Dean's value probably going to be like ace 9 plus. Guess we'll move on to some 2 pairs from Brandon's perspective, but this is a very tough spot tower for Brandon on the river with an 8 against a capable opponent, and is going to pay and seize the bad news.
Yep, taps the table and says nice hand.
Imperial Lotto, what calculation do you use for outs, Jay? Asks Frank. It's just the same, you wouldn't hold them. So if you're looking for your outs, let's say turn for example, you got 4 cards on the board, you got 6 in your hand, so you got 41 cards left in the deck. 100 over 41 going to give you 2.5%, well thereabouts. So you got 2.5% per out, and that's what makes triple flop so fun on the turn, because you've actually got 3% per out. And although I said it don't sound like much, it does change a hell of a lot, because now your 20 outer suddenly got an extra 10% than what it would originally have in, say, an Omaha game, because of the cards that you're accounting for on the board. But same with anything, you can just use maths to figure out what percentage each out is worth. Just take away the cards that you can see from 52 and then divide that number that you get by 100, and then that will give you percentage per out.
I just always know I'm 50-50.
You either win or you don't, Tower.
Absolutely.
At Walsall we play 5-handed, can pull 7 card 3 flop or 8 card 2 flop. Also some loons go for 5 card 5 flop and 6 card 4 flops.
When you move into Walsall,
It's only up the road. It's only up the road.
you'll see you in Walsall one weekend, oh my lord. 6 card 4 flop. Oh dear. Robbie Bull, Ariane Kashani, Keith Johnson and Jamie Lee coming to our next feature table.
Jose Aguilera as well.
It's all gone off. It's all gone. Everything. Stream deck's gone.
There we go.
Alright. Hello.
All good. Everything's good.
What happened there?
Panic stations for 10 seconds.
That's gone. I'm back. Stream Deck went and came back. How many runners left in the high roller? There was 35 the last time we saw. Let's have a quick check. 38. And there's still 32 left. Day 1A of the main event, 500,000 guarantee, 78 runners. That'll get so busy this weekend.
Yep, oh my lord, you're spot on. So it'll be 3%, even if you say for example it's 10, 8, 6, deuce, you've got pocket 10s, obviously someone's going to have 7, 9, so your 10 outs each going to be worth 3%. So now to boat up, you're not actually 1 in 4, you're nearly 1 in 3. Does make a big difference. So you're spot on, yep, going to be 3%. If you are talking about freeboard 6 card, I'd love to get it on the stream, Tower. I could talk about it for ages, that game, honestly.
A 3 flop.
Yeah, 3 flop, 6 card. I'd love
Andy, are you watching?
We good?
We are good.
Come to Warsaw and film it. You play me and Tower on comms. Yeah, it's a big factor. Oh Lord, I hope there's not many people watching that I play with, but like the amount of times over the years, I'm called the luckiest triple player of all time. Basically, everyone thinks I'm the most golden person ever in that game that I've been playing with over the years. But all it comes down to is people not recognising that how much your percent actually goes up per outs because of how many boards are accounted for. You're accounting for a third of the deck on the turn, which is massive. So then a lot of the drawing hands become favourite against a lot of the nuts on the turn. So I keep getting it in with nuts on one board and a huge draw on another board, and my draw keeps getting there because it's 60-70%, and everyone's like, oh, you're so lucky, how'd you do it, how'd you keep doing it, always get there, but not actually realising the percentages in question.
Good old Walsall. Then with the days, GUKPT Walsall.
King Jack for Brandon, 3 bets to 8k. And Wadey here with the 8s. Not going to be able to do much with this one, unfortunately. It's annoying, but don't think we're going to be cold calling the 3 bet here from the button. Going to be back to Dean, and definitely will be continuing. Ace Jack off, going to fold. Ace Queen, think happy to continue. Both options available here. More inclined to pill. That 4 bet wouldn't be out of the realms of possibility for Dean.
Here's Queen for Dean. Sees a flop of ace 2-3. 2 diamonds.
Yeah, this could spell trouble for Brandon here, Tower. King Jack off with Jack of Diamonds specifically. Going to see C-bet for sure, I think, but I think this is a board that could see Brandon run it down the streets here, and Dean has just got a nice hand to go check call to the river. So it starts with a 3.8 into 19, so 20% on the nose here from Brandon. Always seeing these high rollers and the recognised players, Tower, the players that are up at the top. Lots of good scores and cashes. Sizings are always just immaculate. Like if they go third, they find third exactly. If they go 20%, they find 20% exactly. Always aware of what's in the pot.
Yep.
And stack sizes around them. And 7 of hearts rolls off on the turn. Now, Brandon, this is where the decision is going to occur. Are we going to choose to run this over 3 streets, or is it just going to be a white flag wave? One interesting thing about this hand, once we do opt for the 20% sizing as Brandon, Dean is going to start peeling like all the pocket pairs, the in-betweeners, like 7s, 8s, 9s, all this stuff are going to be calling once with or without a diamond. So that will be in Brandon's head. So potential to fold out this part of Dean's range here, and potential to 3-barrel even on diamond rivers, blocking some of the suited combos that Dean would peel from this position. So are we going after it, Brandon, or is it going to be the white flag wave? And does surrender on the turn, checks it back, and it's well timed because Dean would not have been folding, and diamonds do complete on the river. Dean weighing up his options. Do we go for value? Do we check call? If we're checking, we're always calling. Obviously need to think about hands that Brandon's got here as the 3-better. Like Jacks, Kings, Queens, definitely going to be in there for Brandon. Don't expect him to have Ace King, the better Ace X, just expect that to double barrel turn, so is going to go for value here. 6k on the end. Fairly small, between 5th and quarter. And Brandon can't do much but fold here. Do have the Jack of Diamonds, I guess. Like Dean can only have one flush here, and that is King Queen of Diamonds specifically. Not going to pill anything worse. We've got the Jack of Diamonds. Wow, so Brandon is going to go for raise here. He's going to take this Jack of Diamonds and just run it, because Dean should only really have one combo of a flush here, and King Queen of Diamonds specifically. Don't think Dean's going to be peeling 8-9 suited, 7-8 suited, +1 versus hijack here out of position to Brandon. So Brandon just recognising that the only flush that Dean can get to the river with here is King Queen of Diamonds specifically, one combo. So just going to run it here and put all the ace-X in the blender. A real tough spot for Dean Hutchinson here. And
Interesting from Brandon.
And does get out the way. So very nicely done from Brandon Shields. Gets it through. And is going to show the key card tower, that Jack of Diamonds. Great removal to some flushes. Especially the flushes that Dean would be peeling pre. The Queen Jack suited, the King Jack suited. Not possible. So leaves him with King Queen of Diamonds only. That gets to the river in the form of a flush. So using the blocker there to perfection. Well played, Brandon Shields.
Indeedy, indeedy. Good poker. Great players to watch. And Brandon gets one.
And this is another thing about picking your opponents carefully, Tower. Like, we're not going to take that line as Brandon against someone that's going to be sticky and isn't going to be folding an ace-X hand. So just aware that Dean good enough to start folding some ace-jacks and ace-queen in that given scenario. And we've got 10 minutes to go until the first break of the day. Well, first break of the day for us. King 10 of hearts for Dan raises to 3.6, and Andy calls on the King Queen from the big.
Six, 8, 2. Down with 175. Andrew in seat now with 147. Start with 100k. Blinds are now 1.2. Checked all the way down. Check again. And the Queen's going to play. Evening, Mr. P-Man. Watching on Twitch. Hope you're well.
How are we doing? Just joining us before the first break. Decent featured table when we return. Keith Johnson, Aaron Kashani, Robbie Brawl, Jamie Lee. Did you know Brad's got a hot tub? I never knew that.
He's mentioned it 84 times probably.
I did know that.
Yeah,
I did know that.
Yeah. I think it's 84 times a day, something like that.
And I'd have the overs on 84 times a day.
He's out of the hot tub now. He's watching the viewing till 1 AM. We're here with the high roller, and then back tomorrow from 1:30 on the stream.
Just go round there one night, go into his backyard, me and you in the middle of the night, walk out with his hot tub, put it in the van, take it away. He'll wake up the next day, no hot tub in his garden.
Have you seen the little one-seater hot tubs that they've got now?
One-seater?
Literally, like, not even a seat. You literally can fit inside it and you dunk yourself in it. But now they started making it into a cold plunge thing and put ice in it.
Oh.
Apparently it's supposed to be good for the body.
Yeah.
I have no idea why. No idea why anything cold is good for the body. But it's basically get in it, plunge in it, 30 seconds, come back out again. That just seems weird.
Anything cold's good for the body.
Apparently.
Get some cold beers in later then, Tower. The doctor says anything, I'll say you told me it's fine. Blind on, sorry, not blind on blind. Button versus big blind. Dan opens the 8-6 here. It's fairly loose even from the button. Does go for continue for 2K. Takes it down. No, Brad, this week. The way you've worded that, Brad, the way you've wrote out that sentence, it sounds like you and your boy were having a wrestling match at Wembley, and that's what's made you forget to come to Coventry. You need a comma in there, mate.
What he means is he's off to watch men in lycra jump around.
Yeah.
How many bigs can you buy in today? 2 for? That I don't actually know with the structure we do. I can find out on the actual app. We start with 100,000.
It's
Is it 10?
10's after late reg, so it's going to be 8k big blind. So you get 12.5 bigs done for day 2, and then late reg closes 2 levels into day 2, which is 10 BBs. The 5k, 10k level gets repeated.
Yep. 4,000, 8,000, start of day 2.
Oh, doesn't get repeated.
No, but you do start with 4,000, 8,000. So 12 bigs with a 100k stack.
So is there not a 2 level period like we do on GUKPT?
I'm not sure.
We'll find that out. No, there's not. So just late reg closes today. Start of day 2.
Start at 80.
Okay.
Right, so there's no 2 levels.
No.
So start of day 2 you need to be bought in for. The blinds will start at 4,000, 8,000 with a 100k starting site. Hope to see you here, Dan. And when you come to the feature table, please don't sit in seat 1 because we can't see the rest of the table if you do.
Yeah, when you come to Nottingham, I'll get you in. Don't worry, I'll get you in.
I think I'll be fine getting in the front door. I just don't know what getting in the front.
Well, I'll give you my wristband.
No. Then I'll be alright.
Yeah. I'll get them to put it on my phone, so I can get him to use my phone and give you my wristband. They're very snidey there as well, because they've got camera there as well, where they can watch you from the reception if you go in there.
It'd be good to see you at the table as always, Dan, if you do get onto the feature.
Come and have a look.
Yeah, actually reigning champion grand final.
Yep,
Down, ain't he?
indeed, indeed.
Sure, he'll be back to defend the crown in December. We'll have the full schedule for grand final released when we are in Blackpool, early November.
Might get it before actually, because by the time Blackpool finishes, you've only got round about 3 days, and then we start again. Because obviously, brought forward this year the grand final from last year when we finished on the 18th of December last year,
Everyone's off to Vegas.
and Prague. Prague EPT is always a very popular stop.
I think this will be the first year we see it maybe reducing numbers, Hotel, because
Yeah.
what the winner got on is just unbelievable.
Yep. And then they've added Bahamas
Yeah,
for some reason.
don't think that's going to be too large. I
I don't.
think it's going to be a bunch of online super pros, and that's about it.
Tom Martin says the schedule is already out on the app. Thank you very much. Thank you. So around about 3 or 4 minutes to go until the end of this session. 15-minute break. Get a big break clip on. Which means we're back at 8:15.
Is there a buffet today for the high roller?
There was.
Oh, there was.
There was. You were
Am I-
still in bed.
Am I a bit late?
You was in bed. It was beef bourguignon
Oh, I like a bit
with
of beef
mashed
bourguignon.
potato and green beans. That's what it was. All the players got a complimentary voucher for it.
Ace 10 suited here for Dean. Unfortunate situation. Can't continue here. Open under the gun from Asish and Dan 3-bets on direct left. This just looks so strong and not closing the action still with Asish left to act. I'd be surprised if Dean put another chip in the middle, but has to be 4-bet here, Tower. He's going for chips and it is 4-bet. Makes it 20k. Yeah, so maybe picked up on something on Dan here. And now Asish got a lovely spot. What a dream spot with Ace King suited. Just getting to send this into the middle here for 60 bigs. Obviously Dean can still have aces and kings here, but our hand just too good not to be doing that. And should see snap fold here from Dan. And Dean's made it a size where he can actually get away here. And maybe Dean picked up on something from Dan there and went for the 4-bet and was spot on, but old Asish sitting with the goods. That should take us into the last hand of the session. Just the 15-minute break. And then back for more action. Should be a good table. And we return.
Has Jim been on yet? No, he's not. That 1 minute was like
2 hours.
2 hours ago. I think he must have been caught up in a meeting or something. He's here most of the week, so we'll when we get him, we'll get him involved and going to bring us a lot of information regarding the end of the year and next year as well. So he could be here for a good half an hour.
It's the last hand and Dean's got the boots
The boots.
just before the break.
The boots. Oh. We are off.
I've got an imaginary microphone there.
I do like your hoodie. There we go. Back with it.
So everyone wants their break. Going to get some action from Asish in the big blind here with King Jack. Should see defend from him.
15-minute break being announced by the floor. Dean with the aces, the bootlaces, the boots, the American Airlines.
Check, small bet, fold, 15-minute break. We'll see you very shortly. Dean's going to go for the check. I don't actually mind it. It's one of these where we're either well in front or well ahead in terms of equity, so check does seem plausible. 5 of spades on the turn. But I think this is just going to have to be delay c-bet now. If check 2 and hand over tower. Oh, he's going to go for a check again. Really trying to get Asish to catch up here. Not worried about
No pain there.
3 to a straight and potential action killer rolling off, or even a hand that gives Asish the best of it. And now Asish going for lead on the 4 river for 2.5k. And against this size, could just see small raise here, tower. Against this size in particular, like 7x probably going to start leading turn. It's just the 4 we're worried about. Asish could have a 5 or maybe ace high himself. So I'd never fold in here as Dean. It just comes down to whether to raise or whether to call. And he is going to go with raise to 10k. And we're both going to take our break and we will see you in 15 minutes.
Welcome to another hour with the tower, and we have had to go to Vegas for the next special guest because Regarded as the best online MTT player in history with 16.5 million lifetime total earnings under the legendary nickname Moment One, which now means you know who it is. 5.9 million in lifetime earnings, holding 2 of the 3 Triple Crown. He's got a World Series bracelet and a WPT. He's 9th on the all-time money list in England, but that doesn't matter because for now with the tower, it is the one and only Mr. Chris Moorman.
Thanks for having me on the podcast, Phil.
Oh man, how you doing? How's Vegas?
Yeah, good. Like it's getting hot here actually. Oh well, obviously it's summer, but actually it's not as hot as it normally is for the the World Series every summer. It's been quite chill. It's actually you can go outside and not sweat your balls off, so it's been nice.
How's lockdown been?
Yeah, not too bad actually. Like I was quite fortunate because just before it all went down, I was away. I was in England in the whole of January. I was playing a couple of live tournaments. I had an 8-at-8 tournament in Madrid, and I was playing a big tournament at Dusk Till Dawn as well. So I was away for the whole of January, and then just before it all kind of went down, I got back and I was in Vegas because obviously it would have sucked to being sort of away somewhere and not being able to get back home and being apart from my wife for like months. So yeah, I was kind of lucky that I was back home and at least I wasn't lonely. I had someone to hang out with, and yeah, no complaints really.
You've been in Vegas a couple of years, all right?
Yeah, like on and off. I kind of split my time between traveling the circuit still and and like staying here.
Brilliant stuff. We're going to start basically at the beginning because how did you learn? Where did you first start playing poker, and when was it?
God, it feels like a lifetime ago now. Guess it was like I was at university at Essex University studying economics, not doing too hot, like kind of failing. I was getting distracted. Like at the time, I was getting distracted by pool. I'd always played pool growing up, and then at university, I joined the pool club. We had a pretty good team. We played in the national championships every year. And I guess this was it was up in Derby, I think, the national championships. And we'd gone to Derby, played that year. I think it was my first year at university. And on the way home, one of my friends saw in like the student newspaper about this free tournament on Victor Chandler Poker that all students could play. It was free to buy in, and the winner would get. I think the winner got the equivalent of about $500, but they also got a seat in this big live tournament in London. So me and my friends didn't even know the rules of poker at this point, but we decided, okay, we'll give it a spin. It's free to enter. It was on a Monday night, so there was not much going on campus that night. So me and my like 4 flatmates went on Yahoo because it wasn't even Google back then. We went on Yahoo, printed out a set of rules, started playing amongst ourselves with like two pence coins, and yeah, just played the free roll every week. And first sort of 5 or 6 times did absolutely nothing kind of thing and lost every hand. And then I actually came second one week for like $120. Obviously, I was gutted to come second because I missed out on the live seat. But still, $120 was good money to me. I was a broke student. So now I had the dilemma of whether I cash out and sort of take my money and run or sort of play around with it and see what happened. And I was really 50-50. I kept asking everyone because I didn't want to be determined as a gambler kind of thing. And in the end, I just decided to sort of have fun with it. And it went from there, really.
You've turned into, obviously, the early days of poker, you've turned into the number one, an absolute phenom. We've looked back at your pocket fives. Do you know exactly or roughly how many online cashes you've got on pocket fives? There might even be more that's not been on there, but would you like to have a guess?
God, I don't know, like maybe 10,000. I don't know.
It's just 11,594. That's to date.
So that's a lot of poker, yeah. A lot.
That's a lot of poker. That's a lot of cashes, by the way.
Yeah.
That's a lot of cashes. Your first on there is 5th for 13,000 in July 2006. I'm not being funny. That's 14 years ago.
Yeah, that's not a bad first cash either, right?
where is it? Apart from the years, where have they gone? 13,000 as a first cash. Was it instantly? This is going to be bankroll,
or are we just going to squander it?
Well, actually, it's kind of funny because I'd been playing poker for quite a long time at that point, and I was playing mainly cash games on the Victor Chandler site.
Yeah.
And it was the first. The site got shut down. It was I can't remember what the exact act it was called under, but it got shut down. And I only really played on that site at the time. It's quite a small site, but I knew everyone. I had like my all stats on everyone. I was just a cash game player. Played a few tournaments on the side, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna have to move sites. But I was really reliant on my HUD back in the day, which is kind of funny because I don't really use it anymore. But yeah, so I was like, okay, I can't play on like the big sites at the time, Full Tilt and PokerStars on the cash games there without having all my database set up, and I didn't really know much how to do all that kind of stuff. So I had to wait for my friend at university to be free, and he had exams that week. So I was like, okay, what am I going to do? I haven't got can't take a week off poker. I was addicted to it. So I was like, okay, I'll just dabble in a couple of these tournaments. I played like this Sunday online tournaments that I hadn't really played before on the sites, because I was like, okay, well, I don't need my database for this. And I played them, and I was like shocked at how much worse the players were in the tournaments and the cash games. And obviously I had that 13K score that day. I came fifth, I think, or something like that in the big Full Tilt Sunday tournament. And from there, I was kind of hooked on the tournaments. I really enjoyed just the different dynamics, different stages of the tournament. And before that, I'd just been playing cash game, kind of building my bankroll. I'd done pretty well, but the games were starting to get a bit stale because, with cash games, you always feel like you have to keep moving up and up when you're doing well. And I didn't really want the swings of, even if you're the best player in the world, you're playing big cash games, you're going to have crazy swings. So yeah, I just got hooked on tournaments. And then even when I got my buddy to set it all back up, I tried to start playing cash games again, and it just wasn't the same. And yes, that's how I really started, really, because at that point I'd been playing cash for maybe over a year and been doing well. But obviously, cash and tournaments, there's different, levels of. I was just going under the radar kind of thing.
Did you multi-table? Was it mad? Did you have screens absolutely everywhere?
Oh yeah, I was one of the biggest multi-tablers. I was just like, my philosophy was like, if you're not in it, you can't win it. But like also, I didn't really have a timeout and stuff. I was 99% of the decisions were like real quick for me. I was always been amazing at maths, like one of my strongest point. And so like I just would put different tournaments on. I had like 2 screens, and I'd put them at different parts of the screen, which ones were important to me, which ones were getting deep. And so I just did it like that, and I would pay more attention to the ones that were obviously deep in the tournament, and I would late register a lot of tournaments so that I just didn't miss the tournament, but I could still play and just come in a bit later when the blinds are bigger.
Yeah. So basically, it more or less gave you the impetus that this was the career and this was it. What were the parents like? What were the family like? Or did you keep them under the radar for a year or two?
Well, yeah, kind of pretty funny. Maybe a year or 2 or 10 almost. No, no. Well, because what happened was I was playing at university and sort of going to less and less of my lectures, doing really well. At first, it was just sort of a bit of fun, and then I was making some serious money, and I was like, wow, maybe I can do this for a career. And then it almost got to the point where I had to do it for a career, because I basically had to drop out of university because I got so far behind. I tried to stop playing and catch up with my studies, do my dissertations, which is like 10,000 word document on your subject. But yeah, I just couldn't get past the first sentence, really. So I went into the
Without thinking aces.
yeah, I went into the dean of the university and told him that I was gonna sort of leave my degree, and he was like, "Oh, what are you gonna do?" And I told him poker, and he kind of laughed in my face. And the only person I really told outside my friends was my sister, and was my younger sister, and I got her to because I had to confide in someone, and I knew my parents wouldn't probably jump at the chance their son's going to be a gambler and play poker. But at this stage, I didn't even know if I could do it myself. I was, I'd had a few good months and stuff, but yeah, I didn't know if it was sustainable. So yeah, I just grinded, stayed at university. A couple of my friends were in a lower year than me, so I just stayed on the campus and played a lot of poker. Just took up all the information I could and got better and better, and paid off all my student loans. And then in the end, when at the end of my university, I I ended up making up that I passed my degree essentially, which, but I went for I basically said I got a third, which is the lowest pass possible. So they kind of believed me, my parents. But obviously, I didn't have a degree to go and get a job, so I had to tell them, that I wanted to give poker a try, and they were very skeptical. But my dad gave me, he'd seen that I paid off all my student loans, so obviously they were happy about that I didn't have any debts and stuff, and I had some money in the bank. And he wrote down every sort of all the money I had in every poker site, had all my bank account details, everything, and he gave me 6 months to see how much. Essentially, I'd increased my bankroll in that 6 months to see if it was sustainable to live on and stuff. So that 6 months, at the time, I guess I was like 20, 21 years old, and I was just like, all my friends are going out on a Friday night, and I was just like, I've got to stay in and play poker. Like I have to play every day to just, make sure I hit enough money where my dad's going to be impressed and let me do this as a career, not send me back to school kind of thing. So I really didn't want to go back. And yeah, luckily those 6 months went really well. I qualified for the my first ever World Series at that point, got smoked there. So that was a bad start because obviously, Vegas always gets you, do a bunch of money there. So then I had to grind it back even harder. And yeah, that 6 months went well and just kind of went from there really. But it wasn't actually until my second book came out where I kind of said some of these stories and stuff that my parents didn't know. I never told them that I hadn't got my degree until 2 or 3 years ago. So yeah, I had to break the news just before the book came out, but luckily yeah, it all worked out in the end.
Let's do it again. Keith Johnson, our champion earlier this year. Good old champ, good old Keith. At Leeds. Arian Luton, Luton. Arian Kashani, Robbie Bull. Not a bad table, this one. Good to see Dean as well. Dean Hemmings in seat 9. Played all week. He's been here all week, as Dean. But Arian looks like he's building up a stack.
So off we go again. Feature table for the next couple of hours. In 2, Keith Johnson. 3, Arian Kashani. 4's Robbie Ball. 5C is Jose Aguilera.
Now you've got to go Aguilera!
As in Aguero.
Yeah.
It's Aguero, Aguilera. They're not really.
No, but his name's similar.
Okay.
He could have done it.
Okay.
He could have gone for it.
So Jose Aguilera in the.
You're not really any Martin Tyler, are you?
In the 5 seat, Jamie Lee in 6, Guillermo Sanchez in 7, and Dean Hemmings in the 8 seat. Another 2 hours of poker. Bring us up to the final break of the day. 12 levels played for these guys.
Set the time to put the kettle on for 10:15.
Rotherham would have got their 3 points by then.
Yeah, whatever. I still just miff that it's not Coventry versus Rotherham and they're upstairs.
10th at this year's WSOP main event.
It was final table. Well, it was 8-handed final table, wasn't it? I was there. I was there. The Spanish rail was as loud as you could think. It was amazing. Great atmosphere. They never stopped singing.
Brazilians are just as bad, Tower.
Yeah. So second session for us on the main, the high roller. The main event is going on as well. Give you news on that a little bit later.
King Jack suited for Dean. Need to get a picture change. Got Dean Hutchinson in there.
That's not Dean Hutchinson. That is Robbie Boulder. So high roller for today and tomorrow. And if you want to play the high roller, you need to buy in tomorrow for day 2 before the tournament starts again. Tomorrow, it's buy-ins pre-first card dealt tomorrow.
Sixes for Keith in the cut-off. Makes it 3.5. Robbie small blind here with the King 10. Just going to choose the call. Jose with the 10-8. Going to defend from the big blind. 3-way action to the flop.
I know we see Jamie Lee are playing cash, but does he play many tournaments?
He won GUKPT Luton last year, Tower.
We do see him regularly. I just love how people can just transform from cash to tournaments all the time.
He's a GUKPT champion.
I know he's a champion, and I know he's good. I think if you asked him, he'd say, I prefer cash.
Yeah, I think he would. I agree. Ace sideboard. Keith's just going to continue range. Gets it through.
Arian having a super year as well.
Yeah, going to be opening here with the Ace Jack.
6th in the MPL. Won the
close up.
Yeah,
straight after doing some commentary.
But yes, I did. I did mention it to him.
Trig's another one. Obviously, we mentioned Jack Hardcastle, Dave Docker. You remember last year when I went Vegas, Trig done London with you in the comms booth, went to Reading the next stop and won it.
Yep.
All you got to do is get in the comms to win a GUK PT. Yeah, Jamie Nixon's probably another one. Yeah, done some comms and went and won.
Southampton 1-0. Who are they playing, Mike? The mighty Southampton. Oh, when the Saints go marching in. Oh, when the Saints. When's that casino getting built in Southampton so we can actually go to a match?
I think 2025 we're hopefully going to see it on the schedule.
Right.
We're hoping.
I don't know who's driving down to that one though. I might have to flip a coin with somebody. 2025 says Mike. Hope I'm still in a job. I want to go to Southampton's new casino.
10-8 suited for Keith makes it 3.5. Queen 4 suited for Jamie from the small. Out the way. And Guillermo here. Off of 23 bigs.
It's 4-7, 2 diamonds.
Yeah, it should just be Keith's pot this one, Tower. Just expect to see a range bet. And hand over.
Robbie 146 early stages, still 9 bigs. Start with 100,000. Jamie Lee down to 31. High roller day 1. Like Jason, we don't normally do the day ones with the high roller, but the big shot finished early yesterday.
Ace Jack for Keith. Back to back opens. Exit 35. And Ariane with Ace Jack. From +1 here. Always find this spot awkward. Gun versus +1. You peel the Ace Jack off. Obviously, all options available. And Ariane going to go with the aggressive route.
Yeah.
Makes it 11.5. Oh, and Guillermo, what a spot to just send it into the middle for 22.
In they go. Yeah, Gilly says have some of that.
Yeah, so Keith going to fold and Ariane now getting this price 23k to win 53 Tower. Like usually here, we're going to have around 30%, assuming we got 3 outs, either of being our ace or jack. And like mathematically here, expect he's going to fold. Just going to let it go. As long as we're not up against aces in that given spot, can call, getting over 2.5 to 1. Gonna think better of it and preserve them chips.
Yep, indeed. So day one of the High Roller, welcome aboard the 888 Festival here in Coventry, here all week. This is day 3, High Roller day 2 tomorrow. Friday we've got a special sit and go for the ambassadors and all the Twitch streamers, and then cash on the Friday night, and then Saturday, Sunday concentrating on the £500,000 guaranteed main event.
Guillermo going to open the Ace King suited here, makes it 3.5. Dean calls from the small one. No, Keith, King 8 off here. I wouldn't mind once in a while seeing a squeeze with this hand. Maybe the 8 slightly too high, maybe prefer like King 6, King 5 off. Ace King 5. Top 2 pair for Guillermo. Just expect to see bet 3-way. I think third's going to be fine, around 4k here. It goes for quarter. And Dean does have gutterball here, but is sandwiched between Guillermo and Keith from the big blind. Is happy to take one off still. Now Keith getting 6 to 1 on the call here with his King 8. It has gone bet call on the flop. Difficult for us to have the best hand. I'm going to take his price, thinking the times we snag a King or an 8 could potentially win a big pot, but would spell trouble in this given scenario. It's Guillermo with the top 2 pair.
Queen of Diamonds turn. I think he picks up a pair.
Not changing too much here, Tower. Should still be checking this to Guillermo and see the second street of value come in. Jack 10 does get there, but can't just be worried about one specific hand. Still plenty to get value from. Some spade draws, ace x of spades is a thing, not going to be folding. Some worse ace x than ours. Maybe a hand like King X of diamonds now. I think it's nice to have ace king of hearts here, meaning that King X of diamonds is a thing, as well as ace x of spades. Plenty out there to go on the value hunt for. This goes near pot size here, 19k.
And he does get out of the way.
Yeah, signifies a lot of strength, that double barrel into 2 players. And we lose Arian from the table, just a balance, going to an outer.
Later's Arian, I'm sure we'll see you again.
Probably on the FT, the way she is going.
Absolutely. So Guillermo's going to raise it up to 3.5. Dean out of the way. Keith having none of it. And Robbie.
Yeah, always continuing here as Robbie. Just whether he ever wants to go for the free bet. I think we're going to see Call more often than not here, Tower. I think once we're from the big, I'm just going to defend.
Yeah.
Nine deuce deuce, 2 heart board. I think nice clean continue here for Guillermo versus big blind specifically. Like the deuce deuce boards are very nice. Continues as the opener, just because Robbie shouldn't have too much deuce X, even from the big blind. Like he's not going to defend the offsuit deuce X, only really the top end of it. We'll have some suited deuce X in there, but much more comfortable C bet on 9 deuce deuce than it is 9 deuce, and it does go for 2.5k. And Robbie goes for check call. And it's a 9 on the turn.
So Robbie with the 7s. There's the 9. Check call from Robbie. Turns check check. And then the river, the 4 of hearts.
It's annoying river for us really as Robbie, because hard to get value now, Tower, because we can get value from some ace highs on rivers that don't bring in the flush from the double paired board. However, now the flush completes, even the ace high is going to have to fold once Robbie does check call on 9 deuce deuce. 9x obviously beating, deuce X obviously beating the ace X, and then the flush completes as well. So even the ace highs would have had to fold, but Guillermo just with the jack high.
Yana B, another fan of Aguilera.
It doesn't work.
It does.
It doesn't.
It nearly does.
It doesn't. He's just got Ag at the start of his name. You can't go Aguero for that. It's like me for Rooney. Someone called Ronald. Ronald. It's not. It just doesn't work. You can't do it.
Oh, spoils all my fun.
If his name was Aguilero, then it would work, I think.
Okay.
Jose Aguilera in seat 6, Tower having a field day with his name. Trying to be Martin Tyler from 2012.
Is that when it was?
I think it was 2012, wasn't it?
Wow.
The City QPR.
I honestly don't know. I couldn't remember. I wouldn't remember. 2012 was
Yeah,
it really?
pretty sure it was 2012. Same year that Bolt broke the record for the 100 metres, I'm pretty sure it was.
All right, okay. And obviously that was 2012. Well, there you go. So day one of the high roller here in Coventry for the 888 live poker festival. Main event started day 1-8.
Yeah, Wilco comes to the table with a fresh starting stack.
Indeed.
Alan Wilkinson, final table with the side event yesterday. Now having his shot in the high roller. Great start, flopping top pair, decent kicker. And continues for 2.4 into 7.4. So around third pot from Wilco. And Jose here does have bottom pair. Prefer that Queen of Diamonds to be the Queen of Hearts. at least have a smidge of backdoor equity. I may just let this one go here, Tower. We are getting a nice price though. It's 4-1 on the call. Sometimes we hit a 4 or 5 potential to win a decent sized pot. Well, we're going to go with raise here with the bottom pair. Not going to be working. Quick call from Wilco. Interesting raise here from Jose. 6 of hearts on the turns, not changing a thing. Wilco's King Queen still out in front, and is he going to continue running this Jose here with the 4? I can have some check raises with bottom pair from the big blind, but they're usually going to be built more around hands that are going to need protection to overs, hands with decent backdoor equity. Like if this queen was the Queen of Hearts, then maybe you can get behind it a bit more, but is going to be firing a second street here, and Wilco just moves all in, and now snap fold from Jose. Went after it with the bottom pair and run into the top pair of Wilco.
Nice start for Adam. So you see number 1. Keith Johnson, seat number 2, had a good season. Nice getting the winners enclosure for Keith earlier this year. Welcome aboard 888 Live Poker Festival from Coventry. Great to be with the 888 guys, most of them all turning up this evening. A lot of ambassadors and live stream Twitchers and...
Are they jumped in the main, or any of them in the high roller, do we know?
I'm not sure. I heard that Vivi was playing the high roller, but I also heard that Vivi was delayed.
I haven't seen Vivi yet.
So she might be here tomorrow. Any idea when the 2024 NPL schedule will come out, says Raj. We will have more information from Jim tomorrow. We thought he was jumping in today, but I think he's been having a chat, or he's been in meetings or whatever. Is there a GUKPT in January? Yes, there is. I can tell you that much. There is indeed, and it will be in London. And it is pretty early, because we do have the playoff on the first weekend in January, around about the 6th of Jan, I think it is. The thing is that they pulled it forward in January because the Vic was having a refurb, and I think the refurb's been put back. But obviously they're sticking with the dates. In Jan, 4 spades on the board. Guillermo with the jack of spades, not getting paid off. Jose, who flings them in the bin. Rest of the NPL this year looks like that. If you're involved in chasing the points, are you still involved, Jay?
Nah, I don't think so.
No. Give everybody else a chance.
I'd have to. I don't even think I'm going to be playing anything at the grand final. If they've got a high roller PLO, I'll probably go for that. But
Yeah.
that's probably about it. So no chance I'll be getting up in the league.
They're the rest of the NPLs for this year. When we finish Coventry the week after, Luton, Portsmouth, Manchester, Newcastle and Glasgow. Then it's the big one in Blackpool. The satellite will start on the 8th of November and all the festival runs 9th to 19th. Then we're in the Vic, and then the final events for the points this year end in Coventry the week before the Christmas festivities.
Hopefully we're in Vegas.
Yes, yeah, I know you're thinking of it. You're thinking of planning on doing Vegas for the WPT.
I'm not thinking of it. I'm
Going.
I'm not going. I'm not supposed to be going. But the plan is to go Blackpool,
Yeah.
win a package, and then she can't say a word. I've got it. I've got to go.
There you
There's
go.
a package. You
Have
don't want
to
it to
go.
go to. Yeah, don't want
Yeah.
it to go to waste. So that's the plan, Tower. That's the plan.
Yeah, the lads have told me we've got to go.
I didn't realise it was a WPT satellite. I just thought it was a normal tournament. I've won the package now, and off we go.
Yeah, WPT packages in Blackpool. There's always online events running. There's £2,000 live credit satellites every week, and there's live satellites for the WPT. Don't think there's any online, but I think there are live because they're running in Blackpool and they're pretty well attended as well. Yeah, some decent numbers.
Key continues for quarter pot. Nice small size on the mono board, and Guillermo takes one off with sevens. Hard to go with it. Things you'll have to see as Keith just drills the offsuit 10 on the turn. Now going to be looking to get this in over to street set. £13.5k Tower, 3/4 pot, setting up just over a pot size jam on most rivers.
Like it.
That's probably whereabouts I'd go here for size, just thinking about trying to get this in by river, but Keith goes for a small size,
Really
so
small.
not going to be looking at trying to get all the chips in by the river. That's 7k into 18, so just shy of 40%, and Guillermo just lets it go with the sevens.
So Jamie Lee looks down and sees the Cowboys. The Red Cowboys.
Yeah, been fairly patient as Jamie, sitting with just sub 20 here. Goes for the flat. Love this. Especially versus EP as well, Tower. Once we free bet Robbie's EP open, does look very strong off of 20 BB, so mixes in a flat here. Try and get the chips down the streets, takes the risky approach. Yeah, but although with what comes risk, there is great reward in this scenario for Jamie.
4-way to the flop. What's the flop?
It's Tower's favourite saying going to come true. Yes, it is.
Always an ace. Every time you got kings, there's always an ace on the flop. Ace 9-3.
Yeah, and Robbie here, original opener. Do still expect C-bet here. Just going to be bet and range. Fairly dry board texture. There's 2 diamonds on there, but going to have all the ace, king, ace, queen, so on. There's the EP opener.
I think Jamie calls.
Yeah, going to have to take one off here.
Yeah.
Tower. Especially
Yes.
getting 5 to 1 in a call. Like if Robbie goes for a bigger size, something closer to half, then maybe we're going to relinquish our hand. But against quarter, have to call here and see a turn.
Yep, Dean out of the way. So too will Adam.
And it's also the fact of the matter when Robbie barrels into 3 players, Tower, we're kind of protected as Jamie because we can also have ace-x ourselves here. So out of position, Robbie's going to be less inclined to be running random double barrels.
Well, that'll keep Robbie and Jamie involved.
Just
More Jamie,
yeah,
really.
shouldn't see chips go in here on the turn. Expect this to go check, check almost always here, Tower. Just both hands. Not too much merit in betting. Especially Jamie's kings. With the king of diamonds, we don't need protection. The only overcards out here on the board. Can just realise our equity to the river.
Spot on. Both check. And pairs the ace on the river.
That's a nice card to see for Jamie, making it less likely Robbie does contain one of these ace-x holdings. And Robbie with a 4 is just going to give up here. We'll be aware that he doesn't beat much once Jamie calls flop and we get this run out. We just don't beat anything here now as Robbie, so just the white flag wave, and we'll know in his head whether Jamie bets or even checks this behind. Never going to have the best hand, and Jamie Lee looks like going to go for value here. So expect small size if Jamie's betting, Tower.
Okay, 3.5.
Yeah, tiny size, so going specifically after the jacks, the queens, the 10s, maybe some 9x suited. But Robbie can't do much with 4s, but snap fold.
Nice one from Jamie. Starting to build his stack up again. Lines 8-16. 888 Poker Live Festival here in Coventry. Most of the team turning up today and tomorrow.
Are they all in the main, the team? Are they playing the main event today? The 888 pros, are they in the main today? Or, no?
Tomorrow and after tomorrow.
So they're
Oh,
playing
tomorrow.
Okay.
Only on the high roller.
High roller.
Fabienne Simpson. Supposed to play Vivi, but she lost her flight.
Oh no! Vivi's late, she's delayed. Ian Simpson's in the high roller. Vivi be arriving tomorrow.
Put Tower in, then swap them out tomorrow when Vivi gets here.
Tag team.
She'll still have the same stack. He won't play a hand. She'll still have the same stack. So
I won't be out.
over to Dean on the button. Suited A6.
That's what we need, a tag team comp.
Makes it 3.5k and aces for Wilco in the small. Faced with this button open. Effective stack of Dean 50 BBs. Just going to want to free bet this one, Tower. Not the stack size that we're ever going to play traps off of. See what size Adam comes with here. Makes it 8.2, goes tiny here from the small blind, just north of 2x. This is a tiny sizing, and Dean now with the 8-6 suited may come along getting this price, but going to get out of the way.
Out of the way.
Wilco, very small sizing there from the small blind, kind of like the alarm bell raise where everyone knows he's got aces on kings. He wants the action. Expect him to make it like 15k and just goes for the almost min click.
Will the stream be on the 888 channel? Yes, on Twitch and on Grosvenor Poker Live on YouTube, and it'll be on Facebook as well. Going to get most of the 888 boys in for a bit of a chat as well. East is in the building, so too Josh Manley. Ian Simpson's going to come in for a chat. Get most of them in. We've got a new guy as well that I saw. Is it? Aaron, is it? Aaron? Who I saw at the bar? In the bar when they were all meeting?
That was just someone that's had too many
That-
beers.
yeah,
so
that was just
I'm
some
an
random-
888 pro. Yeah, I've been on the team.
Yeah.
Keith King 3 suited in the small blind here. It could go either way, but I think with the suited variation of this hand, we're just going to complete more often than not a hand that we can complete. Cool, we've met by a raise from Robbie. Robbie checks his option with the Jack 6.
Yeah. Aaron, yeah, saw him from the saw him stood with the boys. They were already in the building. Yeah. I was seeing Lucy yet. Yep. Nice one. Razor Kev with the news. The big news of the day that Rotherham United are beating Coventry City. What a team! What a team!
You must be the only person in this casino who supports Rotherham. Actually, you must be the only person in Coventry that supports
That
Rotherham.
dares to support Rotherham United today. If it had been Coventry versus Rotherham, we'd have all been upstairs watching it. How do we work in Coventry and Coventry are playing my team away?
You know who is the player?
Jose? Yes, I was there. I was on the rail. I was on the rail when he came 10th.
The man that was just in seat 1 as well come 5th in that event as well. WSOP didn't come 5th, didn't he?
It was 5th, 6th, 7th.
It was like 2 million.
6th, I think, yeah. I think Toby was 7th and Dean was 6th with it.
Could be right, Tower. I thought Dean was 5th. Let's have a look.
Pretty impressive from Dean. I was there for all the way down to the FT. Couldn't
Yeah, 6th. Spot on.
couldn't stay for the final table, unfortunately, but yeah, it was good watching. They like a loud rail, the Spanish. Oh, they were singing.
Yeah,
They were singing and dancing.
fan club.
It was good.
Ultras.
It was really good.
And for sure they were drunk.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It's Jose here. Defends from the big blind. King 4 suited. Facing Keith's button open with the King 7 off. Jack 10 3. 2 clubs. Not much going on for either here. And Keith can opt to check this one behind. Jack of clubs on the turn. Not much going for either here. They go for a little stab as Keith. They're going to check.
Eight of spades on the river.
And chop it up.
Absolutely. We're gonna chop it up. Don't you know we chop it up?
Yep, Wadey's still in, Robert.
Yes, he is, Rob. He's on the outer table. He was on the feature table before.
Well, look at this from Keith. Just
I like
going to
it.
fire here with the King high. Maybe doesn't think good enough to show down. And does get Jose off of the chop. We're at Coventry in the league, Sour.
About no idea.
Nah.
Halfway down, I reckon. Yeah, I know Newcastle rods on, weren't they? Yeah. Mark Robbins used to play for Rotherham United and managed Rotherham United. Was is Coventry's manager.
Pocket fives for Guillermo.
Go on.
And from the small blind, pocket threes. Definitely pill here if you wanted to. It's Jose. And 6-7 off for Jamie. Should defend from the big here. Expect to see it.
Flop time. Jose with the threes. 7, 4, 9. Jamie jumps to the lead with the sevens, but it's a diamond flop. Rick Lewis won the Voyager this morning. Such a weird tournament to play in the structure and the starting stacks. Yeah, it was an 88k starting stack, wasn't it? Well done. So you, Matthew. That must be Matthew, is it? Won the Voyager. Nice one, Recluse. Bit of a spin, I heard. I know it was on the FT when we finished last night, around about 1:30. Adam Wilkinson, who's on our feature table, was on the final as well. Yeah, great effort. Heard it was a bit of a spin. I don't know the story, but I did hear you had a bit of a spin to win it. Well done. 2 big blinds on the bubble, Recluse. Is Matthew, who won the Voyager, watching the stream. Fantastic. 2 big blinds on the bubble. Well done. What a great effort that is. That's some spin.
I saw the bubble of that yesterday.
I didn't see it, you see.
There was a three-way all-in on one table, and there was an all-in on the other table. On the bubble. There was a three-way all-in on one table, and there was an all-in between Cal and Nathan Slater on the other table.
Ah, right. Two bigs to the win. That's fantastic. That's a great effort. It really is.
Well done, Recluse.
Yep, nice one, Matthew. Got the winner's picture. Huge all-in on your table for like a 3 million chip pot on the bubble.
Yeah, I'm guessing that was the Cal and Nathan Slater one.
Wow. Who won it?
Cal.
Right.
King 3 for Slater,
Yeah.
and Ace King for Cal.
Oh, wow.
All in. He just folded around to Slater in the small. He just set him in for all the chips. Obviously knows about the NPL and Cal needing the points.
Oh, right, okay.
And Cal woke up with Ace King. Robbie makes it 4K. Blinds now up. And Guillermo. Yeah, slow roll with Ace King. Top pair for Robbie. Ace Jack Deuce Rainbow.
Tank for 5 minutes before calling. I bet Nathan was fuming. I can just imagine Nathan. I know he'd had a couple of sherbets, but I bet he was fuming.
Took it very well, did Slater.
Did he? I can imagine he didn't. Oh dear, no, great effort, Matthew. That's fantastic. 2 bigs to the win. Well done indeed.
There was 5 words he muttered.
Did he?
Well, he said to Cal after Cal had called, "I'll give you 4 of them. You got to fill in the blank." It was, "What the bleep are you doing?" Well, 6 words. That was the 6 words he said after he busted.
Okay.
What the bleep are you doing? So I'll let everyone in the chat
Okay.
see if they can fill in the word. That was a good little tournament, though. It seemed like
Yeah.
got a good turnout.
Yeah,
Plenty of faces I saw left in with 2 tables.
yeah, good side events. I like the one-day comps. I think it just brings people in and gets them involved. I like. We should have more one-day comps in my eyes. We can't play the main, but looking forward to playing the bounty closer on a Sunday. Enjoy. Well done, champ. So Jamie Lee over to 61k. Best friends with Katie now. She was slowing it down when I was on the 2 big blind nearing the bubble. Good stuff. I bet she never thought you'd turn your 2 big blinds into a window.
Keith with the aces. Raises the 4.5. And Robbie Ball pocket 8s here. Just going to play cool from +1. And Jose here, Queen Jack of Hearts. Off of 30. He's going to call 2. Jamie with Queen 10 off. Shouldn't be continuing with this action in front of us. Gun open, +1 call, hijack call. Just so likely to be in a dominated spot. So it does get out of the way. And we'll go with a 7-5. Going to come to the party, getting a very attractive price. It's 4-way action.
9-2-9.
I'd love to see a check here from Keith Tower, even like 4-way. And it's one of these situations, yeah, this is very nice from him. It's a situation we're out of position to 2 players, and aces on this board are just going to be huge equity favourite or huge equity dog versus a 9x holding. So that makes it a very plausible check. If we're not up against a 9, we're going to have heaps of equity, probably more than 90%. And if we are up against a 9, we're going to have less than 10%. So that makes it a very viable check. We can also induce some bluffs from our opponent and keep our range wide as well. Can have a lot more holdings in our range from our opponent's perspective with a check rather than a bet into 3 players. So it does go with a check call. Got lovely aces as well as Keith. I've just realised this. Blocking ace-9 of clubs and ace-9 of hearts. So Robbie cannot have ace-9 here because he's not going to peel ace-9 off. So ace-9 isn't a thing for Robbie. So Robbie only really has maybe 9-10 suited, maybe 8-9 suited, probably not even going to call. So maybe just 9-10 suited. So just 2 combos that we're probably worried about of 9x for Keith. So we can just check call comfortably the whole way down here. However, Robbie going to start checking once Keith does go with the check call on the flop. And it's a 9 on the river.
Call the police.
Now Keith may go for value I think we want 2 tower just to stop Robbie from checking back these 6s, 7s, 8s type holdings. Try and get called by these. Try and rep like an ace king, ace jack suited with backdoor flush draw. I took one off, getting a nice price on the flop. There is the bet.
And a call from Robbie.
14k, and Robbie sees the aces. Well played, Keith. Think you played that in a very nice manner, Tower. Really like the check on the flop. Very good from him.
Well played indeed.
And speaking of Robbie Bull.
Yep. Oh, second.
Second in the National League.
That's before this week. That's up to and including the closer that Ariane Kashani won, who was in 6th. 13 £10,000 packages. And there's a point between them, and Ravi's playing this down in 14th. Points every time you play an NPL event, and this festival is part of the NPL. And there will be plenty of changes in the top 20. Well, Stu Rutter's made a late run to get himself into the playoff in January. Needs to be in the top 80. Jamie Lee is 4.5 with a King Jack. Eight, 10, Queen, 2 spades, 9s for Dean in seat number 9. Dean Emmons. Up and down Broadway draw for Jamie Lee. And Keith, the middle pair. Jamie going to bet 7.7. Dean out of the way with the 9s, and Keith also getting out of the way. The 888 Poker Live Festival well underway. We're in the second week of action. This is the high roller day 1. I normally do the day 2s of the high roller, but the big shot finished early yesterday, which ran through. We got to the final table at 10 PM, so we carried on, and we crowned a champion around about 1:30. And then back today for day 1 action. Day 2 action tomorrow, starting at 1:30 on the live stream. And if you want to play the high roller tomorrow as a day 2 buy-in, you can only buy in before the game. So you're only buying before the game tomorrow starts. So the first hand dealt, you need to be bought in. It's blinds will be 4,000, 8,000, 100k starting stack. So just over 12 bigs. If you want to get yourself in for a spin, which few people do. So we've had day 2 buy-ins winning tournaments. So it does happen. Our points awarded for the NPL. What will happen is there is a points calculator on the Grosvenor Casino website. Click on the National Poker League, and then it'll say points calculator. Type in the buy-in. So say the buy-in for this is 1,800 plus 2. So let's say it's a £500 buy-in. So you put £500 as a buy-in. You put the number of players in, which say like 100 players, and then the position you finish. You have to be in the money to get points. So say you finish in second, you click it all in, you press equate, and it comes up with how many points you get for finishing second out of 100 runners in a £500 entry. And that's how it's done. So everybody can work out the points once the binds are finished to where you finish. And there'll be a lot of players checking the league on a regular basis for the next 6 weeks. Show you the MPL events remaining for the rest of the year if you want to get involved, if you think you're close to getting into the playoff. Day one of the high roller. Welcome aboard. King Queen for Guillermo. Raises to 4K. With King Queen. Adam Wilkinson C1 3 bets to 11.5. All folding round in turn. And his short stack just can't see a flop. It would have been probably jam or fold, and he elected to fold. All 4 rounds. Keith in the hijack, who also gets out of the way. Robbie looks down at 10-8, says no thank you. Starting stack of 100k, he's got 118. Don't think Jamie's going to do too much in the small with the Jack 4, but he does want to see. You never know, we might get to see a flop, he says. And this should be a raise. 17 bigs. Is it too big? Yes, it is. So he likes to raise. And Jamie has to flick them in. Raising to 7 with 7s. Is that a little bit of a tell? Day 1 of the high roller. Welcome aboard, ladies and gentlemen. Jay just having his daily salad covered in burger and chips. All folded round to the small. What do we do with 10-9? Just calls. Sees the flop. Dean's king deuce checks. On the flop, if you've got 9-10 and you see a flop of 7-8 jack. But unfortunately, it's the end of the hand. Main event started today. Day 1A of the main event, 500,000 guarantee. And 85 played day 1A. 85. 60 people are playing the main event satellite that started at 7. That's a good turnout for those. And our high roller has 43 in, still buying all day long, plus dines before the start of tomorrow. Here's 7 for Dean, raising up to 4,000. Red chips 1k, makes it 4, and that'll do. Adam just gets out of the way. Adam bought in about an hour ago, came to the table and has built his stack up to about 150. Starting stack of 100,000. Yet again. Raising up Jose with the ace queen. Dean calls with 10 jack. Queen jack suited for Keith. Also comes along for the right. Flop time. 3 players to the flop. Keith in 2. Jose and Dean. King 3 7. Whiffs. Everybody but Keith going to be the aggressor. Oh no, decides to check. Thought he was pulling for chips then. Waiting for Jose to be the aggressor, who originally raised. Makes it 4K. And the end of the hand, the aggression wins. So all folding round to Adam Wilkinson on the button with the 3s. 150,000 behind the line. He's going to raise it up. With the blinds at 1-2. Makes it 4.5. Keith. 3 bets to 15K. Is that enough? Keith looks down at Adam, see how many chips he's got left.
Welcome not having any of it.
Yep. That's a flop.
You must have known. Must have known. Just rolls one in with the 8-6 suited. 3 bets. And flops the straight flush draw here. As Keith checks it over to Wilco. And Wilco going to take a 3 beat. Might want to see a 3 though.
Absolutely
Or a
not.
6. 4 on the turn. Oh, it's Keith. Going to start betting. Goes for value on the turn. Looks like 7K.
Love it. I don't think Wilco's taking the bait, is it?
Nah, because like he might delay C-bet some ace, king,
Oh, he
ace, queen
is.
here. These type of hands. Well, he's gone with raise here, Wilco.
Raised to 31,000. The eyes, the shrug of the eye, they tell it all.
Scratch of the head. I got a straight and a straight flush draw. I don't know what to do. And this is quite interesting for Keith, whether we can ever 3-bet rip this, thinking that Wilco can ever have a 4 once he checks back flop, then raise his turn. It's a really strange line. But he's just going to flat. And I think on all rivers, other than a 3 tower, it's just going to be going check, check.
And there's the flush.
Especially on the ace of clubs.
Yeah. Yeah, just go check, check. Says I've got a flush. And the 680 flop the lot. Hey.
How's Rotherham getting on, who cannot win today, according to you?
Well, they're still winning apparently. Ryan Dead Razor kept telling me otherwise. Still winning, Razor Kev. There you go. This will be a massive 3 points if they hold on. How many levels do we play on day one of this event?
Of the main, I believe.
Or of the main event? The main event plays 14. No, this plays 14 levels. We play 14 levels on this.
We'll not play 12?
And the main event will play. Oh, sorry. The main event plays 14.
And 12 in this.
And 12 in this. The main event finishes at 1500, 3000. That's the end of level 14, and the high roller indeed does play 12 levels.
And battle of the pairs here. Dean opens hijack. Wilco could have definitely 3-bet this one tower, but just going to go with call. Brings Keith in on the button. Both blows out the way. And 3-way action. And it's middle set for Wilco. On the King 10-9 board. Fairly wet texture. Should be doing a lot of checking here, Dean, with most of his range out of position to 2 players, hijack and cut off. Hijack cut off button scenario here. So this one checking through on the flop. Thought Wilco might have been betting this after the original opener elected to check. 8 of clubs on the turn does bring in straight draw now for Dean. Looks. How's there 125k in the middle here, Tower? My brains, I'm trying to figure it out. Can you help me?
They can't be.
Can you help me?
Don't think Wilco's bet. Look at now.
Oh, is this the this might be the one he lost connection when he messaged us about half hour ago.
Ah, yes. Yeah, as you see there, the pot's even going up in ones.
Either way, it's hand over, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. We did text. He did instantly shout he'd lost connection. Dean home to 40. Oh. Interesting. Maybe that's what confused the action tracker. Why are you opening to 40?
Yeah, what was it? He didn't open to 40. Whatever was in the pot, there was no 125k in there from just visually looking at it. I'm just having a little rewind of the stream. I'm going to find out what happened. Yeah, so Dean opened to 4k, and our action tracker put an extra 0 on the end of it. That's all that happened there, Tower. So going to be slightly out the stacks. Wilco's going to have a lot more than what he actually does, and Keith and Dean are going to have a lot less than they actually do. Free-way open from Dean, fairly loose, but does catch top pair on the Queen 8-5 2-club board. May get some action as well. So Dean's actually limped here. With 8k in the middle, gone with limp. Flop top pair, hence why Jose's in with the 8-4 off. Checked his option in the big. So Jose does call, sorry, from the small blind here. So completed 8-4 from the small, flop middle pair, calls the bet of Dean, king on the turn. Doesn't really change much from Dean's perspective. Shouldn't be too much King X out there for Jose after calling flop. And clubs do complete on the river. Goes for 5k value. Well, 4k value, and Jose going to pay. How are you doing, Super evening, guys? Just finished watching yesterday's highlights. Lol J is Fleetwood Mac from Fleetwood Ruffle.
We're talking about Fleetwood and Fleetwood Market. The old Fleetwood Mac. When the original lineup of Fleetwood Mac came around, they were all British, and then a couple of Americans joined, and then Chrissy got married. So steady day today, building stacks for tomorrow for day 2 of the high roller. 43 in at the moment. Might get half a dozen to 10 buy-ins tomorrow.
Jamie Lee makes it 4k. 40 minutes to go of the session.
Queen high flop, Queen 7-5, middle pair for Dean.
Definitely a misclick here from Jamie. Don't think Jamie intentionally meant to click this small blind into big blind. I'm just going to fold once faced with the bet from Dean. King Queen Jose. Makes it 4k. And Jamie with Queen 10 here on the button. One that could find a free bet bluff with once in a while. Facing the cut-off open. Jose just starting the hand here though with like 24 bigs, so don't want to go the full 3x sizing. If we are going to free bet as Jamie, slightly less, 11, 10 and a half. Something like that, but does go for the full 3x. Might have just taken a smidge of juice off of this because of the stack size in question. Making it 12k. And Wilco with the Jack 10 suited, very pretty hand, but always say, don't want to be cold calling free bets. Best way to proceed is to fold or play the cold 4. I'm not going to cold 4 here as Wilco, so just chooses to let it go, and Jose here got a nice one to potentially go for the 4-bet send here, Tal, versus Jamie Lee specifically. I think I'm going to be taking the King Queen here and shoving more often than folding, just because of the opponent in question. We'll find a lot of light 3-bets versus our cut-off open, and we've just got the perfect stack size here, starting the hand with 24 bigs to just send it in. Still got fold equity, got the good removal, but going to take the call option. Even though Jose from Spain maybe not aware of the players that he's up against.
Yeah. We know he's high calibre himself. King 6-10-5. Jamie out flops Jose. With the lemon meringue coming in to tell us the news that the mighty Rotherham United are managing to win. How's that possible?
And Jamie flops top pair with the Queen 10, jumps out into the lead. And continues for 7k, quarter pot. Difficult task to continue now as Jose. I'm surprised to see flat, to be fair, Tower offer this stack depth. Like proceeding out of position. Just going to have to check fold most boards that don't contain a king or a queen. Obviously can have some gutters and up and downs flop, but I think call was the last option was expecting to see. But Jamie takes that with the Queen 10. Oh, Mike Leonard's not happy, Tower. He's not happy. Cheers for
What's happened now?
Cheers for the tip, Tower. I changed my bet and put Coventry in there, and they're dust.
Well,
great tip, Tower.
Well, we are bottom two. Coventry aren't.
He said, Mike, if you come to Coventry with the bet slip, he will refund it for you. So if you bring the bet slip to Cov, I hope it was a grand single. I hope it was a 1k single.
To be fair, if they won every game at home, they'd stay up. Because they can't win a game away, that is for sure. They've won one game away in 13 months.
Oh, hold on a minute. If they won every game at home, they'd stay up.
Yeah. That's true, isn't it?
Yeah, but obviously it's 23 games, 3 points, 72 points. That's gonna.
Do we play 46? I don't know how many games there is.
How many games is there? 48,
Something like that, yeah.
46, 48, 46.
It is 46, actually.
Yeah, 46. 3 points in 23 games, so 69. 69 would keep you up in the championship, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. It's normally 45 to 50 go down.
Off to the flop, and we got action double gutted for Keith with the Jack 8, and Wilco flops a flush draw here, blind on blind. So action flop rolled off for us. Neither player going to like the board pair on the turn. I wish I got on it, Kev. When you come out to me at the Goliath and you said, I've got a bet for you, Jake. I wish I listened.
What price was it? I thought QPR were good.
So Wilco goes for the double barrel here. Just north of half, and still expect Keith to continue with position here. Still overcard could be good. We've obviously got the double gut shot. But looks like he's going to be folding once he postures like this. And it was probably the PTSD, Kev, when you've got someone that you work with, that you sit next to all year, that comes up to you every day, I've got this bet for you, I've got this bet for you, and you put the bet on and it never comes in, and then you got someone else come up to you and they say the same thing, you're probably not going to put it on. So I blame Tower.
It's a massive win. That is for sure.
No, I said last stream, Kev, I was rooting for you because I know you said you lumped it, so I'm sweating it with you. Oh, imagine backing your own team to go down though. Oh,
I know, it's tough, isn't it? It's like backing your own team to win the Prem.
Middle pair for Keith. Good stab here as Robbie. We fancied it. A bit of equity denial against 2 random overcards, but going to check behind. So 30 minutes to go, guys. That will take us to the final break of the day for the high roll up. 15 minutes, and then we'll be back for the final session. 30 minutes still with the guys in front of us on the featured table. I didn't even know Rooney was at Birmingham, Kev.
Me neither. When did that happen?
King Jack for Wilco from cut-off. Expect to see open. Does. Keeps going back to put more chips on top, but there we go. Eventually the chips find their way across the line. Raises to 7.7. And just raise and take. Jose not defending the 4-3.
Steady day on the high roller, day 1. Day 2, we crown a champion. That starts at 1:30 on the stream tomorrow. Look forward to that.
.45 in at the moment.
King Queen for Jamie Lee. Been on our cash streams a lot. Just bagged an 8-fold. How do you do that? We were talking about 8-folds. We 888.
So keep continuing for 5.5, and Jamie with his top pair, decent kick up versus LP. Can start mixing in some raises with the top pair, strong kick up. Flat going to be fine as well. Like both options available here for Jamie. All about having a mixture of both, and does go for the raise, making it 12.5. And Keith just out of there. How'd you bag an 8-fold? Unless it's on the tennis or the boxing, that's the only time you ever see an 8-fold.
To be fair, City were 1-5. That's your kind of bet.
Yeah. You know I didn't back them because they're winning. How do you do a treble tower where the longest price is 1-3 and all 3 lose? Not even draw. All 3
Not
of them,
even draw.
Not even draw. All 3 of them teams lose. It was the weekend Liverpool, Man U and City all lost. It was that weekend. It's bloody hard to do. And I sent you a message saying, imagine the reverse treble on this.
If somebody's like 1-3, other teams like 7s, surely. Imagine. Imagine back in 24 horses at Royal Ascot and none of them getting in first three.
That's
Who'd
incredible.
do
No,
that?
it's not even. Some races had 5 places, Tower. Some races had 4 places. Some races had
gets
5.
worse. It gets worse. Oh, love it. And they're not over the jumps, so they don't fall. Here's Queen for Keith. Calls the 7.2. He does like to mix it up, Keith, doesn't he? He does. I like his betting. He does change it up.
What's Jamie Lee up to here? Getting a bit fruity from the small blind, makes it 26k. And Wilco with the King Jack suited. And I think once this comes back to Keith, he's going to have a very nice shove spot. Especially versus Jamie, who will find some bluffs. And if he's got hands like this in there, then it becomes much more viable. So see how Wilco proceeds with the King Jack suited. But now I'd just love to see jam from Keith Tower. I know he's got still 50 big blinds, but Wilco's never got ace king. Wilco's never got queens, kings and aces. So our ace queen suited here is ahead of Wilco. We've only got to worry about Jamie, and Jamie's sitting with 26, 27 big blinds. This ace queen suited with all this dead money in there is just going to be such a good shove. And there we go. Love this from Keith. Playing very well. Always seems to play solid and good poker when on the feature table. But now Jamie Lee just going to have to get out the way, and Wilco will do the same. And just recognising here, Wilco's not a worry. Ace Queen suited is going to be ahead of Wilco. So we just need to get through Jamie, who will take a lot of squeeze spots when there's money in the middle. And very nice play there from Keith. And look at that, our 60k increase to his stack just from getting that shove through.
Like it. Nice one, Jay.
Always see him with Stato and Mitch Johnson, spending too much time with them two, getting too good.
Absolutely. Stato sat upstairs, wins 120k.
Unbelievable. Just
Sat in his bedroom.
Sat in his bedroom, Sunday million. The thing is, he won it, and then I saw him later that night. He just come down and he was in the restaurant just having some food. I think with Keith it was. I think it was Keith I saw him with.
Oh, amazing. I love it. Love these kind of stories. Such a nice guy as well, Stato.
Yeah, he is.
Had a great Vegas.
One of the good guys for sure.
Right to Wilco on the small. No, sorry, on the big. We're defending. Of course we are. No, we're not. No, indeed we do. Wilco does defend with a 5-3. Ace 3 Jack. Bottom pair.
Jamie thought it was a 7.5. And Wilco going to call. 40% just north from Jamie Lee on the ace high board.
10 of diamonds on the turn.
And not going to be able to withstand the heat of this double barrel as Wilco. Should just be end of hand here with the 5-3. Well, it's not insta-folded.
No.
Uses a time bank. Obviously very draw heavy board, but even if Jamie did have some sort of combo draw, got a lot of outs to fade, and then the times that we are behind could be drawing dead, could be drawing to 5 outs. Not a nice spot to be in, but look at this from Wilco. Is he going to race? Just 5-3? No draw? He's having some bad thoughts there, Wilco. You could tell the bad thoughts were going through his head. Ready to make a move, and then heard the good voice. Don't do it.
There's inside my head, I can hear the voices. Don't do it. Hey Cam, chilling by the pool in Mexico, back for Blackpool next. Fabulous. Enjoy Mexico. Drink plenty of tequila. If you like it.
One thing I cannot.
I absolutely despise the
same.
stuff.
It literally makes me sick. It makes me sick. If I have one bit of tequila,
I do not like the stuff. I like the food. Enjoy Mexico. Have a great time, Camp, and we'll see you in Blackers. And we'll show you the Blackpool schedule straight after this hand that is on its way. That's 7.5. I thought it was 12. No, 7.5.
Seen a lot of these two the last half hour. Keith and Wilco at it again.
Yep.
Blind on blind.
Jack 3-5. Wilco up and down. We're not the best flop of the all hearts.
Still happy to small bet this one. Tower 6 high, can fold out better holdings, can still have equity to get there. Obviously blind on blind, Keith going to be wide himself, so it does just take that one down, probably with the worst of it.
Blackpool.
Oh, nearly caught me.
Oh,
that was quick.
I didn't mean to do that.
Did you see how quick that was?
I didn't even mean to do that either.
I took me out off for 2 seconds and he flicks the camera on.
I didn't even mean to do that. There's Blackpool. Starting on Wednesday the 8th with the double satellite, Mystery Bounty and Mini Main satellite. 65 quid to get yourself 2 seats. That's the value. Thursday, WPT satellite and packages to be won. There's the Mystery Bounty starting. There's the Mini on. There's all sorts going on. Take a screenshot. And get yourself in for Blackpool. Starts on Wednesday the 8th. Will be busy all the way through. Party Central. Blackpool GUKPT is next.
Nice. I'm just going to run you through some names that we've lost from the field, guys.
Go on then.
Leo Worthington-Lees, Michael Rosserman, David Ansell, Ryan Otto, Dean Hemmings we saw, Josh Bolton, Ryan Otto again, Andy Cooper, Jamie Walden, Jack Veal, Asish Ghosh, and we saw Asish on our featured table. He might be back in. Jack 5-3, 2 clubs. Got middle pair for Robbie. We got top pair for Jamie. Robbie checking. Jamie Lee just going to be going for value here with his top pair. should be met with some resistance from Robbie. Middle pair here, always continuing, facing 1c-bet. Probably Tower's the best one for that. Recommendations for hotels in Black Pearl?
There are plenty. I would say use social or use hotel outlets like Booking.com and all that malarkey. There's loads near the down South Shore, hundreds of B&Bs. If you want to search them from Blackpool, Withnell Road, Osborne Road, Balmoral Road, all very close to the casino, all cheap.
And if you're looking to go Blackpool year on, year out, what I'd suggest, stay in the Norbreck the first time you go, and then every hotel after that is like the Ritz. So if you're looking to make it a yearly trip, you can always do it like that, Gareth.
There are loads of B&Bs straight across from the Travelodge. There's a Travelodge straight across from the casino, literally 100 yards, and it's South Promenade Travelodge, because the South Travelodge is next to the football club, which is central, believe it or not. So many options.
Looking forward to it. I love Blackpool. Weather's a bit nippy, but other than that, very good trip. One of my favourites. Bar's always booming. Go down there a few days earlier.
Probably. I think Jamie's got started stuff, but just check.
A7 for Dean. Gonna make it 4 from Hijack. Recommend anywhere for parking. It's usually just the casino, and once that's full, there's the park in the Sandcastle, isn't there? On the other
South
side.
Beach car park. If you, I'm pretty sure when a GUKPT comes along, you get tokens for the parking at South Beach. 2 small car parks at the Grosvenor Casino. If not, a couple of side streets where you can park for nothing. But apart from that, same as everywhere in the country now, parking is a chargeable thing.
So Keith going to peel the Queen Jack suited here, facing Dean's Hijack open. Like the decision to flat. I don't think we want a 3-bet here as Keith. This holding, simply because Dean's got a nice 4-bet send stack, and they're not going to get to realise the equity of our hand. So like decision to call. This one checked over to Keith here, and viable stab tower if he wanted to. Gonna peel the King Queen, King Jack, King 10, King 9 suited even on the button. And we've got a nice combo as well. Queen Jack of clubs blocking some of the suited. King X equity to get there to potentially send the barrels in, but Keith just gonna check behind and do the same on the turn. And the 3 of clubs on the river, so A7 for Dean, gonna be best here.
Yes, we'll play. I'm going to be surprised to see that he gets the hand.
Jose turned that over so confidently. The old confident turnover, hopefully the other 2 muck.
Can you park your camper van at the side of the casino? If so, what's the charge?
Nigel, I think the best thing to do, where the Travelodge is, the road down there.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they're a charge, but one of my good friends and regulars on the tour, Mitch, he has a camper, and last year he parked down the side road all week at the Travelodge. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's the street where it's free parking.
Yeah.
There's no double yellows.
Okay, yeah. So he was just parked there all week. So
Yeah.
next to the travel lodge there was a
And
road.
every time the curtains were closed, Jane banged on the door.
Oh, I'm looking forward to Blackpool.
Two weeks time. 2 weeks today. It starts. The 8th. 2 weeks today will be the big satellite. John will be saying, "Where's all these runners come from?" Because we've been mentioning it for the last month.
Yeah, one of the favourite stops. There's Robbie Boyne to the high rollers at the final table. This isn't the final table, Mark, but Robbie is in the mix. And Keith flopping nut flush draw here. That's going to be hand over. Paul Trotter knows the drill. Oh my God, that castle one still gives me nightmares. I booked the night in there, went and looked at the room. Took me 20 minutes to go up to the room and back to reception. Told them I would not be checking in. 4 weeks later, I got a parking fine for being in the car park for 20 minutes.
Ouch.
Oh, what happened to me, Paul? It was funny because I was going up there early. This was the first Blackpool after lockdown, and I've messaged Mark Valentine, who's part of Main Event Travel. I was like, "Is there anywhere you can sort me out?" Just because I want to go play the side event. I'll go preferably walking distance. So he sends me the postcode. He sends me the name. We get there. I'm a bit run down. Room weren't the best, and then I go and put the in the sat nav how long the walk is to the casino, and it was like 2 hours 13-minute walk to the casino. And I messaged him. I just put 2 words: walking distance ? Yeah, but it's literally on the other side of Blackpool. You're nearly in Fleetwood, aren't you? Nearly in Fleetwood. Dean, 7-5 of clubs, flops the flush and the redraw to the straight flush. Blind on blind here. Fires for 4k. Jamie does have the 10 of clubs in here, so still could take one off, but gonna make a good lay down.
You get in the Hardwick, it's 170 a pint. Is it? Where's the Hardwick? It's going to be in Blackpool at 170 a pint. What about London for places to stay? I couldn't really help you with, apart from saying that Sussex Gardens has all the hotels near the casino. But you get what you pay for. Well, you probably don't, to be fair.
Yeah. Andy Williams with a good shout. He says, "I stay in Watford. You can get a train from Watford Junction to Euston for 21 quid return. Takes about 20 minutes. That's the other thing with all the access in London. If you stay on one of the outskirt areas,
Yeah.
cheaper hotel, and then like you say, like £20.
Yeah, there you go. Premier Inn in Watford costs £50 a night, £20 to travel.
There you go. Rather than paying 200 quid for just a small room near the casino. Ace-5 suited for Robbie, raises to 6k.
Jamie, if you're listening, don't put us up in Watford.
Imagine that, we go to the grand final and Jim goes, "You're all in Watford. You got to get a train in, we're saving on expenses."
Imagine. Where we staying? Watford. Eight-eye flop for Wilco. King 8 on the big.
Yeah, and Dean with middle pair here and Robbie with wheel draw, so everyone with at least a little piece. Robbie not going to choose to continue this one, checks it back. Deuce on the turn, and could see a lead here now from either Dean or Wilco once the original aggressor checks back, and once Dean checks, I think Wilco's got a pretty mandatory lead here with his top pair. Robbie calls with his will draw, not just calling to hit a 3-tail. Robbie thinking that he can be ahead against a lot of Wilco's range, but not going to love this overcall here from Dean. However, does find the goods on the river. Ace of clubs giving him the best hand, and probably going to be checking this through now. I think it's too thin to be going for value. I guess we target just specifically an 8. Some obviously flush is complete, 5-3 complete. I'm not sure about this one, but on first glance it does look too thin. And Robbie does agree, goes for the check back with the top pair. And the ace-5 going to be good for Robbie Ball.
Nice one. Building stacks for day 2.
We've got 5 minutes until the break.
Have we?
Yep. 4:15 when we come back. Norbreck. Everyone stayed in the Norbreck. James Hill, Jay, we stayed in the Norbreck every year for 4 nights for a pool competition. Went to Grosvenor for a night of poker. Got a taxi back, and the driver said he didn't know people still stayed here. Thought it was abandoned.
I thought it was shut down.
Jose with the King Queen. Moving all in for 6 BBs, and looks like Jamie Lee has decision.
They used to have the World Championships at pool in the Norbreck.
Did they?
Yeah, for about 4 years. The World Championships.
I hope they weren't putting the players up there. Jamie makes the call with the 7s.
So Jose, his short stack is in. 10th at the World Series this year in the main event.
Oh, and Keith's got ace king, and Keith's just going to move all in now. And Jamie Lee with the 7s. He's put in 20k here, nearly 30% of his stack. Yeah, sorry, he started the hand with 90, not 69, so he's actually put in slightly less of his stack, 20k of the 90. He's going to call, and he's made a good call because he's going to like what he sees up against ace king and king queen.
3-way all in
decent shape.
A 3-way all in. 5 minutes from the break.
Yeah, I think probably a couple more hands after this one. Can't wait, Carl. I think we're all buzzing for Blackpool.
Yeah.
See you there. There we go. 3-way all in. Jamie Lee starting very well.
That is clean for the 7s. Yep. Still good for the 7s.
So just fade in an ace or a king not to bust. Ace, king, queen to scoop the whole lot. And it is a king!
It's a king! Busting 2! Jose eliminated, Jamie eliminated, Keith up to 300,000. Just like that.
2 seats open.
The buy-in is for 2K. That Keith has Keith Littlewood, does he? No, sorry about that. Well, we're down to the last 5 minutes of the session, so it won't get changed, unfortunately. Never noticed that. Apologies for that. I think what he does is just puts in a... I think, obviously, the database that PK's got, he pulls up the first Keith, I think. Sorry about that. Keith Johnson is not Keith Littlewood. How many are left? Out of the 46 that have played, there are 29 left. And we have 2 more levels. We have 3 more levels to play. Levels 10, 11 and 12. Which will bring us till the end of play. Heading towards a break. So, live stream finishing in between 12:30 and 1:15. 15-minute break. Very shortly. We're back just after 10:30. We're back at 10:33-ish. 15 minutes. Couple of hands time. Main event today, 85 runners. Not bad for a day 1A on a Wednesday. Extra day 1. Day 1B on the Thursday. Day 1C on the Friday. There's also the Turbo as well. And then day 2 on the Saturday. As everybody starts to walk out, this will be the last hand of the sesh. So back at 10:30. Keith's got Ace King again. We won't know the payout structure until tomorrow because you can buy into before the start of the comp. And depending on how Keith plays it, this will be the end of the hand. Don't think Robbie's going to be floating. He has starting stack with the blinds at 3K, so 30 bigs. Oh, he is. There's me saying that will be the end of it. But, oh no. Keith's hand just gets stronger and stronger and stronger, but he's got the check mark already. As we can see. So the bet will do it. Robbie is going to the break, and so are we. We'll see you back in 15 minutes. It shows him the Ace King. Back in 15.
Your first few live tournaments, your first Ender Mob, 124th in the World Series 2K for 4,056. That was June 2008.
Right.
What was it like playing in Vegas for the first time? And how did you find it going to Vegas? Because obviously you played a lot online. So playing live to playing online, did you just have the complete contrast and thought this is just as easy as playing online?
No, far from it. and to be fair, that like that's my first tournament cash, but I played quite a few tournaments before that and not even cashed. As I said, I'd gone to I think it was it 2000, maybe the 2007 World Series, or maybe it was 2006, which was the one that Jamie Gold won. It was that one. It was
Yeah, 2000. That was 2006.
Okay, so I played that one, and obviously you just said that my first cash was in 2008, so I'd obviously played a few tournaments in between as well. But I was sticking, mainly I stuck to sort of what was my bread and butter, playing online, and if I satellite into a tournament online, I'd go and play the live tournament. But yeah, I didn't have much live experience, and it was quite a different game to me, just like dealing, just so many differences. So it definitely took a lot of time for me to get used to it, even like the first sort of 3 years after I cashed, I never really cashed anything big, like compared to what the buy-ins were. I was definitely a losing player at live poker to begin with. And just trial and error really, and like just perseverance. And then, I think it was 2011, it all kind of clicked for me. And it wasn't even that I was doing anything that different compared to before in live poker, but I was just winning the key flips, winning the key hands, had a little bit of extra confidence to go with my read and stuff. And yeah, I think in 2011, I sort of had a breakout year in live poker and actually started showing that I could be a winning player live as well as online, rather than before, where I was just sort of winning online. And then every time I played a live tournament, never cash in or min cash in, never make the final table. So yeah, it was quite a transformation.
Well, the first time we ever met was
a long time ago.
It was the same year, 2008. It was Luton, the GUKPT. You finished 17th out of 376 entries. Can you remember who won it?
Yeah, of course, cricket. Yeah, I gave him all the chips as well. With like 17 left, I started his career for sure. No, it was funny because the night before we'd met, I think we'd been staying at the same hotel, and they had a pool table, and he's really good at pool, and I play a lot of pool, as I already said. So we played a few games of pool. I was chatting to him, and actually he's and his friend, who actually I knew more than Sam at the time, Pete Linden. And then we happened to both go deep in the tournament, and we played a huge hand. And my friends still make fun of me for this hand to this day. And you're actually in the background. I could hear you in the middle of the hand with your loud, booming voice. And it was like, I think it was a 3-bet pot, and I had a pair of queens, and I think it came like 2, 3, 4. So like pretty safe flop. And Sam check called, and then turn was a 5, so pretty bad card for me. Obviously, any ace makes a straight now, but then the river was a queen, and so I now made top set, and Sam shoved all into me, and in my head I was like, like in this spot, he never really, he either has an ace or he's turning like pair of 9s or pair of 8s into a bluff, and I thought he was capable enough to do it, so I ended up calling. I didn't like, it was back in the day when people didn't really call 3-bets out of position very much. I was, especially when online, like I was used to people just folding or 4-betting. Maybe live poker, was quite different. But I basically thought if he had ace king, he would have been all in before the flop. So I didn't put him on an ace king. And if he had ace queen, I blocked. And there wasn't many combinations left of that because I had 2 queens. And so ace jack offsuit, I thought he would fold before flop. And so yeah, I ended up calling him because I thought he was turning like a 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s all into a bluff. And yeah, he just had ace jack, and I looked very silly, and it was a huge pot. And I just remember behind me, you were saying something about, Chris Moore has called and he can't even beat an ace. Oh wow, Nido as well as I'm looking up. But yeah, that was my first big sort of deep run in a good tournament. So it was exciting for sure. But yeah, it was definitely very memorable as well.
Sam got the trophy. He did indeed.
Yeah, I used to use my chips wisely.
But in 2008, it wasn't all bad because he became the world's #1 for the very first time. Had you been chasing it? Was this something that you obviously you're keeping control of what you were doing online? You were knowing you were there. You were top 10, top 5, #1. What did it mean?
At the time, it meant everything to me. It's like what I'd sort of devoted the last sort of few years of my life to. I was playing poker at that stage more than way more than even now. Like I was playing 6, 7, sometimes 7 days a week, every week, all day, long days. But like to me, it didn't feel long. You know, like the hours went so fast. I was really enjoying it. I loved the game. I was just learning all the time, getting better. And so it wasn't like, to me, it wasn't a job. I was just doing what I love doing. So, but yeah, like once I discovered Pocket Fives and saw the rankings, obviously you start at the bottom in the thousands, and I was like always wanted to get into the top 100, so I could start talking. Like my thing was like I wanted to talk strategy with the other sort of top players, but I didn't want to message them before they were while they were ranked higher than me, because I thought they wouldn't accept talking to me, kind of thing. So I was like, okay, once I'm in the top 100, I can chat to this guy and message him. And so I kept like moving up, and it gave me incentives to keep moving up. And then obviously, you know, like making number one, we always thought, oh, wow, maybe, you know, you dreamed of it, but you didn't think it was possible. But then, you know, suddenly you start making top 20, you think, wow, I could maybe do this if I run good for a couple of months, win a big one. And yeah, so to finally get there was an amazing feeling. It felt like a real accomplishment, you know. And like at the end of the day, like the rankings, a lot of it was playing. You had to play a lot to get up there because of the volume thing. But normally, if you were, you know, it was like to get number one, you had to be doing well as well. So it was definitely a sign that I sort of was being successful as well.
Yeah, I think one of the first videos we'd done, and we've obviously, because we've been in lockdown, we've been rerunning some of the videos on Grosvenor and the GUKPT. You were sat talking with Adam Clark from Blackpool, Clarkatroid.
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah, good guy.
Yeah, I think you said in the interview you just dropped away from number one, but you were going to get it back. So it was a fantastic interview. There were no chin hair.
Yeah, no.
We'll try and dig it out for you and send a link, because it was a fantastic video. You and Clark were just bouncing off each other, because obviously you knew a lot about him playing so much volume online.
Yeah, I think that was the first time I met him as well. So I sort of played him online. So that's always exciting when you got to meet people in real life after you played a lot against them online and stuff. And you know, it was weird. Like even though you sort of didn't know each other that well, like you kind of, if you felt like you knew each other for years, kind of thing. Like I met a few of, even at my wedding, like a couple of guys who were like in my groomsmen party. I met them through, you know, I met them 10 plus years ago through poker, and we've stayed close friends ever since.
Yeah. Now we can't not have an interview with Chris Moorman and talking about the father in the GUKPT circuit.
Yeah, he'll be like, why
in Manchester. This is one of the greatest little stories of a GUKPT title. I do believe it was a birthday present. Is that correct?
Yeah, belated birthday present, because I was at the time I was living in Australia, and my dad's birthday is on Valentine's Day, and so I didn't get back till, I guess I got back from Australia in like March, so it was a month after my dad's birthday, and I was like, oh, what do you want for your birthday? And he was like, oh God, it's gone now, you missed it, blah blah blah, moaning. So I was like, come on, give me an idea. And then I actually came up with an idea. I was like, how about this? I'm gonna, like, he was playing a bit of poker just on online, but low stakes. He'd only really ever played one live tournament before, and that was a £10 rebuy at Southend Casino, so a little bit different. But I was like, how about this? I'm going to go up and play this tournament in Manchester. It's £1,000 to buy in. I'll buy you in, and like we can work out maybe like a backing deal or something. But I'll buy you in, and no pressure. We both play the tournament and go up, have like a father and son bonding weekend kind of thing, and just have a good time and have fun with it. And he was a bit reluctant at first because he didn't want to embarrass me, and he'd never really played live, so he was a bit nervous. But in the end, he agreed to go, and that was good for me as well, because I don't drive, so he gave me a lift up there.
Ulterior motive.
Yeah, it was an expensive Uber, but whatever. No. So anyway, we both played the tournament. This was at the stage as well where I'm dusting hard in live poker, never done anything good. And so I'm thinking, okay, this could be the one for me. And anyway, we get to first break, and he's enjoying meeting everyone. He's meeting all the lads, kind of thing, that he's sort of followed online, because he really enjoyed railing me and stuff like that. So he met Trig, a few of the other boys. And on first break, we're all chatting, you know, how everyone does. Oh, I'm up to this chip stack or whatever. And he's tripled up. I don't even know how. He must have been getting out of line for sure. But I was like, okay, you need to chill out. Like, you've got some chips now. Just be patient. It's a long tournament. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So I was trying to coach him on breaks. And yeah, after day one, we both made it through, and we were both actually top 10 in chips. So that was really kind of exciting. So like, we're up for a few hours at night, sort of chatting like two mates kind of thing, trying to, adrenaline's pumping, trying to get some sleep before day two. And then day two comes about, and I ended up losing a big hand. I actually get knocked out 5 before the money, so I was a bit gutted because I was thinking, oh, this is my tournament kind of thing. But I regrouped, went to the bar, got a few beers with a few of the guys, and then went to rail my dad because he was still in. And you know, at first he just wanted to make the money, made the money, he had a decent stack, and then after that, though, he really wanted to make the final table, and that's where it kind of started going a little bit wrong because he started changing his game and he played too tight.
How's the figure doing? You got a spare? There's some guy in the back making them. Oh, we need a new one? London. Yeah, these stickers weren't on yesterday. It's just print stickers. Oh, you fucking, what are you doing? Good luck, Jay.
We are back for the final session.
Yeah, 2 more hours to go, taking us up, I reckon, around 1:45.
Yep. Of 12 1:15 for the final session of the day.
Another stack table, as you expect in the high roller.
Absolutely. Ian is in seat number 9. I can see with the white cap on.
Yep, Keith Littlewood in 1, had a great start, up to 250k. Ryan Otto in 2. Ryan coming second in the super high roller earlier this week. David Algara in 3. And then Jamie Lee's back for another bullet in the 5 seat. Mitch Johnson in 6. Carl Shaw, who won the super high roller earlier this week, in 7. And Ian Simpson, team 888, repping the team in 9.
Where's his shirts gone?
Not
having it.
It's not going jazzy today.
Not having it.
Well, he might be, because I can see he's got black leg, left leg today. I don't know what the right leg's looking like, because I can't see. So off we go again. 3 more levels for the day.
2 hours of poker. How is it going to pan out?
King Jack suited for Jamie Lee, buying him for 25 BBs, straight into it, making it 8k. And Ian from the big blind with the 10-6 off, going to defend facing the min click, getting 4.5 to 1 on his money. Nice board for Jamie. Just expect check bet fold. 7-8k, around 30% on the King 5-3 rainbow. But Jamie going to mix in a little check behind here with the King Jack. And then Ian does snag a 6 on the turn, so check from Jamie on the flop working to perfection. Going to get 1 street of value now, at least. goes for half pot, 11 into 22. There's the call from Ian.
Seven of diamonds river. Completes the flush.
Yeah, and completes the four-liner as well. Tower, all the 4x now making a straight that Ian can definitely have from the big blind. So I think it should go check. I think Ian's slightly too high up to think about bluffing here. Yes, we're going to have the 4x advantage, but still beat a lot of Jamie's hands that might want to delay c-bet, like ace-queen, ace-jack, ace-10, for example. And Jamie going to check behind with the king-jack, and it's going to be good. So check on the flop did extract that extra 11k from Ian Simpson. Mixing in a flop check back with top pair, need them in that.
And comes to the feature again, short stacked. Expect to leave as chip leader, like you did yesterday.
Good to see Keith as well.
It is.
Did he go home? Did he go back to Spain, or did he just stay here for a week?
No idea. No, I think he went home for a week.
Imagine with the missus. I'm off out again, love. Where? London. England. Lives in Spain, Keith, but flies over for pretty much every GUKPT leg. Had a fantastic lead. Was player of the festival.
Yeah.
Jamie Lee with King Jack again, this time offsuit. Makes it 8. Keith defending the 8-9 offsuit.
King high flop for Jamie, king 10-4.
This time does just continue for third, what we expected on the last board, but shows tricky to play against. We'll bet some of the time, we'll check some of the time. Protecting his check back range with the top pair. Lewis Kilkenny, what's the buy-in for this? This is £2,000. We have a 3k high roll up, I believe, coming up at the end of the year at the grand final.
Do we? Nice. There'll be all sorts going on in London.
Oh, it's good.
Shortened festival than it was last year, obviously.
You say shortened, Tower, but I've seen the schedule now and it looks packed with events.
Oh.
You know, me and my mate Jim, he drops me messages from time to time, lets me know what's going on. Don't tell Tower. Don't tell Tower till it's released. Ace-4 for Jamie out the way. Mitch Johnson going to open 4s from hijack, and Carl king-7 suited here in the cut-off. One that could potentially 3-bet as a bluff. Nice little one to do it with. Low down king-X suited. That is just going to play fold. And keeps in with the suited jack-10 from the small blind, and Ryan queen-5 suited should see defend getting 6-1 on a call.
You way to the flop. Here's king 2. Whiffs everybody.
Check over to Mitch. Ace king high board against 2 blinds. Could still bet range here if we wanted to, Tower. It's going to check. Less inclined going 3-way to c-bet. Just going to check behind. 10 of hearts on the turn, so Keith jumps into the lead here with his third pair.
Checked all the way around, 2 of hearts river.
Yeah, I'm probably just going to check through again now, Tower. Mitch may still think 4 is good enough to show down. However, Ryan may have some ideas with the queen in his hand. Removal to the queen jack, although kind of
Yeah,
expect that to be betting on the turn.
Where did the camera move then? That's a weird one.
There's Orion going for the bluff here. And Keith, non-believer. With the Jack 10. Yep, last events are in December. Here we go.
Last week before Christmas.
There you are, Fizz.
Coventry. So Luton, Portsmouth, Manchester, Newcastle and Glasgow next weekend, or a week on Thursday, or 1st of November. A week tomorrow they start the day ones. We're in Blackpool from the 9th to the 19th. We're streaming the last weekend, Wednesday to Sunday. But the festival starts on the 8th with the satellite. The Vic is then on from the 23rd of November till the 3rd of December. And then the 2550s to finish off the deep stacks. And the week after, the 2550 back here in Cov to finish off the year and the NPL.
Who's going to win it? I
Oh.
think down to 2 now.
Imagine
Tower.
needing 1 point to get into the 10k bracket, and you've got to come and play Cov the week before Christmas.
How are we doing, Bo?
Yep. Evening, Bo. We're all good, thank you. Hope you are too.
Joined us for the last session of the day.
2 hours of poker to go. Finish just after 12:30. The rest of the festival for us this week. Thursday tomorrow, High Roller Day 2, starting at 1:30 on the stream, 1 PM in the club. If you want to play tomorrow and you've not bought in yet, it's before registration, or before the first hand is dealt tomorrow. Reg closes just before 1 PM tomorrow. Friday we'll have the sit and goes for the ambassadors and the Twitch streamers from the 888 team, and also cash. And then on the stream Saturday and Sunday we'll be crowning a champion of the 888 £500,000 main event guarantee.
Carl opens pocket 9s, makes it 8k. Keith peels the King 8 suited and over to David with the Ace Jack here, starting the hand with 26 BBs. Versus Carl in particular here, Tower. Like some players, I may just play flat here as David, but Carl will be opening a hell of a lot of hands, a lot of suited kings, a lot of ace X, suited connectors. I'm probably just going to take the Ace Jack here and run it for 26 big blinds. Just because I expect a lot of Carl's opening range not to be able to call off. Yeah, I love this from David. This is nice, Tower. I don't think a lot of people find this. David moving all in. Jamie going to be getting out of the way. And Carl's got one that going to have to call here, in my opinion. 8s, 7s, definitely going to be in there for David. A lot of hands we flip against, and as well as that, we don't expect the nutted end, the aces, the kings, maybe the queens, to just send. We expect them to probably free bet not all in. So like the worry for us as Carl is 10s, jacks, maybe queens, but 8s and 7s going to be in there in my opinion. So fairly close, but I think we have to lean towards call. I think if we've got pocket 8s, becomes a lot tougher decision. Maybe we lean towards fold, but I think 9s is just a pip too strong. But Carl is going to let it go, and that can be down to opponent sometimes. If David's not been getting out of line, if he's been playing solid, tight poker, not v-pipping many hands, then we probably don't expect him to have hands that we dominate in there. So Carl just lets the 9s go.
The rest in Pilgrim watching on YouTube. I was over from Ireland for the Leeds Festival and played the seniors, which was a decent sized field, it usually is. Decided to play one after following you on here. I appreciate the commentary you do. Thank you very much. I'm not sure if you cashed in Leeds. I hope you enjoyed the experience of the seniors. There is one in Blackpool, the final Sunday of the festival, on the 19th of November. There is another seniors.
Kev Bloor won the last one, didn't he?
He did. He'll be back to defend. And I think he's there for 1 day only. That's about it for Kev.
So Carl opens from gun, makes it 8k, raise and take.
Turned up for Leeds, played an event, chopped it, went home. Not bad, is it? 1 for 1. 1 for 1. Well, Blackpool will be just as busy as Leeds, if not busier. If you want to come and see the festival in Blackpool, it's a cracker.
It's crazy, ain't it? Like, in the middle of nowhere, essentially, Blackpool, ain't it? And like one road in, and it's probably one of the busiest legs we get. It's funny how it works like that.
Yep, out of season, in the cold.
Yep.
But we are keeping the illuminations on for you this year.
I know,
Dave.
I heard, thanks.
Yeah. The council rang us. Is the GKPT on in November? Yes, it is. Well, we'll keep the illuminations on.
Alright, makes it 8k from the hijack into big blinder Carl, and Queen Jack off here. Should be seeing defend. And these two were the two that were heads up for the Super High Roller title. And there was just one prize as well, Tower, so they were playing essentially heads up for the win and the money. So I'm sure familiar with each other by now. Seemed like they were battling for a while. In the Super High Roller, Ryan Otto, Carl Short. Right, going to continue with the 9s for 6k. And difficult to continue here as Carl, but always got to move in the lockup. I prefer a spade in our hand if we are going to get out of line. Just chooses to fold. Oh, he is repping the black and white today, Ian.
Was he?
Just saw a white right leg. It worked yesterday, so he thought we'll try again today. Where are all the 888 team hiding? On break, I didn't see any near the bar, didn't see any around the casino.
Oh, maybe they're having a meeting? I don't know. I know they're all playing tomorrow.
Cheers, Resting Pilgrim. Having seen the huge studio they put you in at Leeds makes me respect the commentators. You guys do even more.
We did manage to turn off the sounds for all the slots that were in Leeds.
And blind on blind here, Carl Short with the ladies, going to complete from the small, and Ian with the Queen Deuce off here. Going to do well to wiggle his way out of this one, 6% equity.
King high flop, King 10 Deuce. Carl Shaw with the Queens. That's one chipping. I love it. 1 5k chip. 1 green 5k.
And we've made a pair as Ian, so call and off to the turn. And both players going to like to see that card, making it less likely that our opponent does have a king. And Carl going to go for another street here now. Try and extract some value from some 10x, some deuce x, maybe some ace highs in there as well. And we got actually a nice hand to go for in the second barrel here, Tower, because the queens blocking the draws on the flop means that Ian is slightly more weighted towards some of these 10x or deuce x holdings. So can go for another street of value versus these, but Ian Simpson not paying a second street. Lets it go correctly. Another one go Carl's way. How are we doing, Sat?
Evening, Sat, watching on YouTube. I hope everyone is good. What's happening in there?
I don't know.
All sorts of-
I'm gonna go get the waters just
Yep.
from there. I'll let you know.
Well, cheering and owing and oohing and ahhing and all sorts going on. Oh. So 4 to call for Keith with the ace-5. He raises up. Makes it 22. 22.
It was just a hand on one of the last hands of the day for the main event.
Ah.
And they're all bagging now in the main event. I saw Bav Catry bagging up. Only face I really recognised, to be fair.
He walked past me yesterday, Bav.
Yeah.
Ah, sorry, Tower, I didn't see you there.
Is that what he said?
That's exactly what he said. Lucy went, what?
I didn't see him.
Yep, I didn't see us there. That's exactly what he said.
Yeah, so Keith going for the 3-bet squeeze with ace-5 off from the big blind. I love it here, Tower. Only thing I will say is size. We need to go bigger. Need to make this like 35, 40k from out of position. Only thing I will say, because now this is what happens. Mitch gets a great price. Jamie gets a great price with position on us to continue. And we're going to get lighter continues. We want to try and deter our opponent from continuing with position. Why we usually opt for a bigger size out of position than what we would in for position. Going to c-bet and gets 2 quick folds, so still takes it down with the c-bet. Well played, Keith.
Any good on the footy tonight? Didn't do anything today, but saw the mighty Rotherham United stuff Coventry City. Somehow.
Could Mitch jam there? I literally come back. I was just grabbing the waters, so I missed the start of the hand, but I'm assuming it went open Jamie, flat Mitch, 3-bet from Keith. I'm not sure. I think we're just happy to keep the variance low as Mitch and take a flop in position on both players with the suited ace. Rather than just shove and then get snapped off by Keith and then going to be drawing to 3 outs for our tournament life. I think flat's going to be the way to proceed in that scenario. If we're up against someone who's squeezing way too much or 3-betting relentlessly, then yeah, it becomes more viable, but I think flat going to be fine there. King Jack for David makes it 8k from under the gun. Carl out the way.
Keith with the Cowboys.
Yeah, this is a much better size from Keith. This is on the money. Tower. The size he's made it here with the Kings. Nice 4x versus gun. This is right on the money here. Unfortunately for him, not going to get any action. And it's David not going to be opening the offsuit King Jack and peeling a 3-bet. Like fine to open from David, but always say general rule of thumb when we open the offsuit broadways from early position, unless it's ace queen, we're just going to be folding, facing a 3-bet. most of the time. Sometimes we'll mix in the 4-bet, but that's generally what you're going to see. But love the size in there from Keith. Went slightly too small the last hand in my opinion, but right on the money with the Cowboys there.
Well, Gilbo watching on Facing. Evening, Gilbo. Stoke beat Leeds. Did they really? Wow. Well done, Stoke.
Quick look for Jamie. Folds from Gil. And Keith with another hand. Pocket 8's on the button this time. And it makes it 11.
Yes, Queen this time for David in 3.
Yeah. Both options available here, Tower. I think we can 3-bet shove, but I think I prefer 3-bet not all in to call off a shove from Keith. Yeah, I like this from David. I like the choice to 3-bet not all in. Try and induce some lighter shoves from Keith, and Keith just snaps all in. Yeah, perfectly fine from both, Tower.
Yeah.
Button versus big blind for 30 bigs effective. Pretty standard here with these two hands, and now we're just off to the races.
Who wins? Keith with the 8s. David all in with the with Ace Queen.
Yeah, with no help there. Gonna need to find one of these 6 outs, Ace or Queen.
That's not one of them. Can we do it? No, it is not. It is a 3, so we lose. David in seat number 3. Keith up to nearly $500,000.
Scene open on the feature, C3.
Tim, I'm going to win a month off you this month.
You are.
I'm going to win a month off you.
You are.
That's the first one in 2 years, I think. Or the second one. Yeah, Haaland's nightmare, rubbish. Just losing all your records, losing all the midfielders got. It's easier to win a football tournament.
Queen 10 off for Carl, raises to 8k from +1, and Jamie with the 7 deuce in the big, just lets it go.
Tim Chung railing the eye roller.
Is that Tim?
I think I nearly got one.
Must have just got back from Malta. He was in Malta yesterday.
Was he?
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Literally
Straight back from Malta.
Must mean Bixie's here as well then. I haven't seen Bixie, but I'm guessing she's in the mix. I know a few of them went out to the Battle of Malta together. I think Bixie got a cash in the rain as well.
Nice.
I guess they'll be flicking in.
Ever since the Haaland out, it's been brilliant.
Yeah, just keep it that way. Only scoring Champions League goals.
No, I've still got Haaland actually in that. Yeah, I've still got it.
Oh, you still got it?
Our teams are quite similar actually.
Everyone's team, everyone's got the same players. It's so annoying. Well, at least
Apart
people
from
are
Boss.
picking different captains.
Apart from Baz, who like picks 3 stupid players and they all get double figure dinners.
Queen 9 suited for Jamie Lee. Completes from the small blind, and Mitch with the 5-3 off. Gets to check his option. Is he thinking about raising here? Obviously want to be polarised in this flop, in this spot. We want our trash holdings and our best holdings. 5-3 off, I guess, falls into the remit of trash. The robots here, though, Tal, they like using hands that don't have like straight capabilities, like the 9-3 off, the 10-3 off, the 7 deuce off, the 8-3 off, the 8 deuce off, all these type of hands.
They like
that,
using them.
Pardon? Yeah, yeah, they like using these type of hands that don't have the straight capabilities, like 2 to a straight. They prefer using hands that are just absolutely trash, that if we do get 3-bet, it's fine because we can just fold. Want to be really polarised in the spot.
Okay.
Is that Sham? Looks like Sham. Yeah, Sham Patel comes to the table. So Mitch went for the stab on the flop. Does pick up some showdown now. Does go in front of some ace highs and some jack highs that are the gut shots and up and downs. Maybe 9-10 going to be in there as well. So may check this one back and look for showdown.
And does exactly that. Ace of spades, river.
Intriguing one for Mitch here, because obviously as the opener this ace is going to be a lot better for us. However, does he think he can show down enough of the time with the 3? Like, I guess all we beat now is Jack 9 and 9-10, that's literally it. So might think that this is one of the worst hands we're going to get to the river with and try and get Jamie to fold a queen and 8, maybe even a king. That's what he is going to do here, Mitch. Looks like 30k. So 2/3 just shy off. And now Jamie with the queen 9 in a tough spot versus Mitch Johnson here. One thing I will say that's interesting about this hand, Mitch started the hand with 16 BBs. Started the hand with 72k. Okay, so slightly more than that, 18 BBs, and maybe not going to shove most of his ace-x. We'll have a lot of checks still with these holdings, but does get Jamie off the best hand.
Keith, 460k chip leader on the feature. I'm getting messages from friends and family watching it, the live stream.
Few more bust outs to let you know about. We lost Woody, Chris Wood, David Algara we just saw, Guillermo Sanchez, Toro gone, Dean Hemmings and Abel Gongora all exiting in the field, as well as just below him, he's back. Who haven't we seen in a while? I'll tell you what, we'll play 10 questions. You ask me 10 questions, I can answer yes or no. Who haven't we seen in I'd say about a year.
About a year?
Yeah.
Who haven't we seen in about a year? What, playing the high roller? Is he in the high roller?
He's in the high roller.
He's in the high roller.
Just busted the high roller.
Not seen him in about a year.
I could say one thing and you'd get it straight away, but I'm not going to say that. If I told you he's got the best hair on the circuit.
It's not Kev Blower. Kev Blower used to have the best hair on the circuit.
The best hair on the circuit. It's not Francis,
Best
Mr.
hair
P,
on the
man.
circuit.
It's not Ali Malou.
Ali Malou, best hair.
Best hair on the circuit.
Ali Malou, best hair. Is it a man?
It is a man.
It's a man. Is he Slash?
Yes.
Maurizio!
Zacabello's got
Yay!
it. The Slash.
Maurizio, the best hair in the building.
Maurizio Pius.
Where's he been?
I don't know. I don't know where he's been. I think he's. I've seen him playing some of the European stuff.
Shun man.
Yeah, so Maurizio Paes, one of the casualties in the field. I'm sure he'll be jumping back in.
Brilliant. Oh, Maurizio, not seen it. Yeah, it'll be about 12 months since we've seen him.
And Ryan just C-betting, and Carl out the way.
Maurizio Paes. Love it.
Yeah, he bubbled the 25k in the Bahamas in January of this year.
Ouch. Did he really?
Yep.
Wow.
Big bubble, that tower.
That is huge.
That one's got to hurt.
Ow. Moses.
Good to see Sham at the tables, Terry. Doesn't really play tournaments that much, but
Okay.
more of a cash game guy. But good to see him having a little go here in the high roller. Did actually win the super high roller at the Goliath as well. Did Sham, I'm pretty sure, or chopped it. But don't often see him too often at the tournament felts.
So around about 90 minutes to go tonight of this day one, and then we're back tomorrow. From 1:30 on the stream, we'll be crowning a champion on the high roller circuit at the 888 Festival.
Yeah, just something to mention as well, Tal. We got 52 in so far.
Yeah.
I reckon that would get up to about 70.
Excellent.
And then tomorrow we're in from 1. I reckon, if we get 70, I reckon around 9 o'clock, that sort of time, for the high roll up.
Awesome.
And then, night out on the town in Coventry.
Night out on town in Coventry?
We're not in till the Ambassador sit and go on Friday.
Oh, let me get some practice on FIFA. Oh.
I got challenged yesterday by PK's brother
Unbelievable.
at FIFA.
Unbelievable. He raves about how good he is. He's amazing at the game. Never loses to PK, ever. And then all of a sudden, what does he lose? 19-0. What's that about?
Well, to be honest, he lost 10-0 the first game.
Do you not have a bit of sympathy when he got to 3?
No, I was just scoring goals. It was his own fault though, because he went not much happening here. Mitch just going to get out of the way. So it was his own fault because he went 2-3-0 down, and then he's gone on to his tactics, his formation. He's playing 2-4-4 to try and get back in the game. So he's got no defence. He's just gone all guns blazing, 2-4-4.
2-4-4.
Don't.
Please, some manager play that on Saturday.
There we go.
Already in for day one here. They've bagged and tagged 17 out of 85. Making it through to Saturday. Bav right at the top, 258.
Gary Miller.
Abdul Ali, 318. Very nice. Glenoyne. Dooley's made it through. Dave Morris. Steve Cherry again. Alex Crawford and Pete Seeger. So 17 making it through out of 85. That's day one chip counts in the main event. £500,000 main event.
20% on the nose as well. 20% exactly making it through, so may give us some indication how close we'll be to the money when we get to day 2.
Like it.
No, day 2 is not in the money, Agnes.
We will have a bubble sometime Saturday afternoon.
Carl opens cut off with the King 9. Keith Pills to 7-3 suited.
Queen 10-6.
Nothing at all here for Keith. Could see bet here from Carl. One of the boards as well, I think we can have some bigger bets on. The Queen 10-6. 2 to a suit. So many draws out there. Carl does continue. And quick fold from Keith. Queen 5 suited for Jamie, out of the way. A7 off for Mitch, should be doing the same off of this stack. Well, Carl getting well out of line here. 8-5 off from the hijack. Maybe thinks table's playing too tight. No one free betting him, so can get away with it. However, Ryan has got a candidate that could be three betting him here. He's free suited from the small blind, and I'm probably going to take this one. We can play flat here, Tower, as well, but the way Carl's been playing, sometimes you got to put in more free bets if someone is opening a lot of hands. Ryan just going to play flat, which is going to be fine as well. But definitely could think about free betting this candidate.
Jack high flop, Jack 10-5, 2 spades. Flops bottom does come.
Yeah, but I'm going to be good enough to win this one, Tower. Nothing here for Ryan, so just going to have to fold to this C-bet from Carl Short. Should see open from Mitch with the ace king. 22 BBs to start the hand. And Ian here with the ace jack. Going to be sending. And there it is. There's the all in for just sub 10 BBs. Unfortunately, we've run into it here. Awkward for Ryan. What we got, 22 effective of Mitch, Ian shot for 10. Yeah, I like fold. It's perfectly fine snap call from Mitch Johnson. And we've just seen another ace jack go into the muck, so Ian's going to have to
get lucky.
He ran pretty well in all-in situations behind or in front yesterday, Tower.
Yep.
Seems to be the man to come from behind. Is he going to do it again? Only 2 jacks left. Well, may not need a jack. Now got 10s and diamonds working for him. And a queen on the turn. So good turn to see for Mitch. Ian Simpson. 10 on the river. How does he do it?
He does it every time he's all in on the feature table.
Run like Ian on the feature.
Beautiful.
Everyone wished me lucky things. I got it from all directions.
Another double on the feature for Ian Simpson.
If he just played on our stream featured table, he'd be the best in the world. He'd win everything. He'd win absolutely
You're
everything.
not wrong. Starting stack was 100,000 the nuts. 100k starting stack.
King 10 of hearts for Cole. Nice one to open. Raises to 10. Blinds now up to 2k, 5k. So 2 more levels left to play today, guys. 120 minutes. Sorry, 1 hour 20 minutes. It's just a 40-minute clock. Yeah, this is going in for Mitch here. And Carl going to have to call off for sub 8 when we got too infested with King 10 suited.
Is that Ian Simpson's avatar in the chat that
Yep.
need the mods putting in?
It is.
Where'd you get that from?
I don't know.
How do you get your own avatar on the old chat? I want to know. I want one.
Brad's got one as well.
Oh, he made it himself. He's got Brad Simpson on his t-shirt when he plays poker.
So here we go again. Mitch just got unlucky versus Ian. Can he hold versus Carl? Well, it was a good window card, but followed by
Look at
another
this,
heart.
yeah.
So still needing to fade hearts here. And kings and tens as well now.
Any outs? Kings, tens,
Oh,
hearts.
it's a king.
Oh,
What a
Mitch.
Talk about
Oh.
running bad for 10 minutes, Tower. Mitch
Well,
Johnson.
Leaves with a smile on his face. He'll be back. Oh. It's from his Twitch channel, is it really? His emotes from his Twitch. I want one. I want one. I want one.
Someone make Tower an emote. Make it. We want an actual Tower emote. We don't want a Roy Cropper down there. Is it Roy?
Cropper.
Is it Roy Cropper? Is it Roy Cropper?
Roy Walker.
Roy Walker. Sorry, catchphrase. My bad.
I didn't realise you watched Coronation Street.
I thought we were. Get that off. Get that off. You know what I meant. The guy from Catchphrase. King Jack suited for Keith. Folds. That can't have been Keith's hand. Must have been a scenario of card being pitched across his box. And Jamie Lee just going to give Carl a walk hit with the 10-4 on the button. Say what you see.
Absolutely. 85 for day 1. A. How many do we think for day 1? B. Over 200?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I think it's going to be busy.
Or will it be like 170
Yeah.
tomorrow and then 300 on Friday?
Yeah, they're nice, the nuts. They are. Talking about these 888 hoodies. I don't know how you get one. I was doing some comms on Wednesday and my man just come over and went, there you are, there's an 888 hoodie. And I was like, thank you. Now we're wearing it today.
Absolutely.
But I'm sure they've got some lurking about. I'm not sure how to obtain one yourself. Jamie's got his earphones in, isn't even looking.
Oh, sorry, my fault, my bad.
There they are bagging in the background in the main event tower.
Awesome. 17 out of 85. I think we double the size of the field tomorrow.
Yeah.
I really do.
Obviously a lot of players that play the high roller that are going to play the main, so
Yes, oh, what a flop. ACS King is a flop. Good evening, Valerie. What have I missed? Day 1, nice and steady for the high roller. 85 played the main event, with 17 making it through, but this is the final hour and about 20 minutes of the high roller. People building stacks for day 2 for tomorrow that starts at 1:30 on the stream. How was your evening?
Yeah, no graphics for us this hand, unfortunately, guys. I'm guessing where our action tracker lost connection, so lost the hand here. But board does read ace, ace, king, ace. I'm going to make a shot in the dark and say someone's got a boat tower.
Someone's got a boat.
Yeah, out of the 3 players that are in here on ace, 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 king, I'm going to make a prediction that someone has a full house and someone has quads.
Oh, is this somebody might have quads? Is this the hand that we got a message from saying something went wrong? Because obviously there's no graphics. No. Would you always show quads?
Nah.
No?
Nah.
Oh, I would.
I think Ian just never got a bluff there. I think he's just always quads or a king, so don't even show a royal tower.
What?
Why would you
Yeah,
show
but,
it?
yeah, but in 6 card royals are like every 3 hands, aren't they?
No, it's still hard to make. Still bloody hard to make, even in 6 card. Even hard to make in big 2, where you get dealt 13 cards. Even I've probably had 1 royal in that. You get dealt 13 cards.
So the graphics have disappeared. Hopefully there's not many problems from the action tracker. We didn't get too many words from the action tracker that things were wrong.
I don't see the difference between showing a pair and showing a royal. What does it?
Because it's like the best hand.
Yeah.
It's
What,
like
so everyone goes, oh, nice hand, really nice hand. Well done on getting dealt that hand.
Yeah.
That was all your work.
Absolutely. It's such a killjoy sometimes. I'm showing a royal.
You got to play a hand to make a royal
That
tower.
is true.
You owe me a pot anyway, you win every pot.
So Carl continues the aggression. Queen 6 off on the button this time.
Bottom pair for Keith.
Well, look at that. Speak of the devil.
Here he is.
Yeah, and once we get here as Carl, I think this is a very tidy double barrel here tower. Blocking Queen 10, blocking some flushes with the 6 of spades, and just sitting here with Queen high. And the ace rolls off, which is going to be a lot better for our range. Put a lot of pressure on the King X, the Jack X, the 7X of Keith. Yeah, it does get Keith to fold the best hand. Well played, Carl.
What computer game is the logo on Ian's t-shirt from? I can't see the front of the
Yeah, neither
t-shirt.
can I. We have to wait till it's on him.
How do you know that? That's something you definitely know just by glancing at it. Because I've not seen the front of the t-shirt, like, ever. He's sat in C1. If he sat outside of Sham, in seat number 4, then I'd be able to see it. Let's see if we can have a gander.
Oh, Hanscon.
Half-Life.
Everyone's ruining it for us. I wanted to
I
play.
wanted to guess. Half-Life. I've never heard of it.
Neither have I, so don't think either of us would have guessed it, Tower.
Never heard of it. Half-Life. Is that a game from the early 2000s? Or the 80s? Half-Life. Never heard of it.
Neither have I.
An FPS game. What's that mean?
First person shooter, I believe.
All right, okay. That'd be like COD. Looks like COD. Bought the first 2 and then quit.
Did you?
Yeah. Ah, the Counter-Strike era. Half-Life.
Is that still a thing, Counter-Strike, Dan? I remember it being a big thing when I was at school, but don't know if it's still going. Oh, it is.
Yeah, there you go. Who's got the 6-7 of hearts? Oh. Well, our action trackers having the serious issues with the things, or the mare. What would we like to guess at? Well, we might have a few connection issues. Our tracker with hardly any cards at the moment, unfortunately. Half-Life storyline is that you're a scientist who fight an alien invasion with a crowbar and guns. A crowbar? Against aliens? Is this real? Thanks for that, Dom.
Got chipped there, mate. You have a chip there.
Counter-Strike 2 got released this summer. So there you go.
Not much we can do about this hand, guys. Unfortunately, graphics not showing.
No,
Guessing
card's not true.
connection error.
Yeah, not at all, unfortunately. Fingers crossed it corrects itself.
The only game I ever played on the computer when I was at school was RuneScape. That's the only game I ever played when I was like 13, 14. Never played anything on the computer. It was always the Xbox. Always just FIFA and
I've heard
COD.
of RuneScape, I don't know what it is.
Never heard of
You just have
Half-Life.
to run round forever on RuneScape,
Just
picking
build,
up things.
yeah, pick up items, get your character stronger, trade items.
Sounds like FIFA.
Good night, bro. See you soon. The same man that raised your blind last time.
So the graphics are right. Ace Queen, Ian, who was just doubled up, raises to 10k. Ryan's got the same hand, with the blinds now at 2-5. Three bet to 40,000.
Yeah, just going to be sent into the middle from Ian. Not folding ace queen. Off a 17 to start the hand. Cut off versus small blind.
There you go.
There's the shove. There's the call from Ryan.
Keep this out of the way. Let's chop it up. But Ian never chops, does he? He always comes running hearts, this, doesn't it?
We're about to find out.
Ian just said I run really good in these spots. Ian Simpson all in again.
That's done.
We're gonna chop it up. Don't you know we'll chop it up?
A nice black flop for not a sweat in sight. And they chop it up. Just a few more notables to let you know about busting the field. We saw Mitch Johnson, Dan Maynard. We saw Maurizio Pius busted just before he come to our table.
Ah, okay.
Ravi Chef exiting, and we just lost Neil Farrell and Twan Lee from outer tables.
Feraldo must have just given it a spin after coming back from the Celtic bar in Coventry. Must have.
It's funny the other day because we were obviously having some issues and I was sweating Carl play heads up against Ryan in the super high roller, and Neil Farrell was playing the 330 big shot, and he kept walking back and past the super high roller final table, and we kept thinking he'd entered it because Lake Reg was still open, but he was just re-entering the 330. And about the 6th or 7th time he walked past, I said, you could have entered this by now. All the bullets you've had in the 330, you could have had a go in the super high roller with 3 left. But good to see Neil here in Coventry.
It is.
Don't see much of him on GUKPTs, but
That is true.
showing his face for the 888. King 9 suit for him, raises to 10 from the hijack, and Jamie with the ace 8 off, just going to call. Could be some shoving going on here with this hand, but I'm just going to flat and take a flop out of position. Yeah, I think King 9 of hearts could be a nice continue here for Ian, but maybe worried about Jamie's stack size. They got a lot of backdoors and overcarders, Ian, and if we get check shoved on, we're just going to have to fold and don't get to realise equity of some potential backdoor possibilities. Jamie checking again on the 5 of spades turn. And Ian going to check behind with the King 9 and 6 of clubs on the river. We're probably just going to go check now. Jamie high enough up showdown versus hijack opening range, and ace high going to be good for Jamie Lee. So we reckon about an hour to go, guys. Slightly more because we paused the clock for the last few hands of the day. So just over an hour, and then we'll be closing up shop for day. We'll get chip counts for the outer tables as well, so we know the stacks that everyone has, what's going to be coming back tomorrow. Still with buy-in available as well. If you do fancy flicking in the high roller, you can still buy in. We have 53 entries so far.
You an Eagles fan, Keith? No. You're not American football? I do like it, but my son plays with a GB. It's a great grip. Oh, okay. Great teams.
Well, we're doing much with the ace 4.
So he gets me into it. I'm a fan of whoever I bet at the beginning of the season.
Raising up from Keith in seat 1.
I've gone Dallas and Miami at the beginning of the season.
Makes it 12k.
Good, it's all the tactics about it.
Raise and take for Keith.
The bookies are so good though at getting margins. Always really close. I don't know how they do it. They've got some real good pros doing it now. Hard to beat. The thing is, you can be 9 behind with 5 minutes to go, and they've got the ball, and they can still win. They can just fly down there.
So the last hour is now upon us for the live stream tonight. Day one of the High Roller. Building stacks for tomorrow. If you want to buy in tomorrow, the blinds will be 4-8. You get 100,000 starting stack. There will be players buying in before the tournament starts at 1 PM in the club. We're on from 1:30.
Finds a button, ace, and just moves in for 15 as Jamie. Oh no, and Carl's got to call this off with the jacks. Two very good friends, Jamie and Carl. It looks like Carl going to be busting him. He
Yep.
can still find the 3 out up.
You can indeed.
Jamie's usually the one that drives as well, Tower, so Carl might be walking home unless we see an ace. Oh, there it is.
There it is. Boom. Straight in the window.
Just fading a jack. Or a 10 now.
Well, a 10 and a jack. Oh, no way. It is a 10.
The running Broadway.
Oh,
And Jamie
Ouch.
Lee gone.
ouch, ouch, ouch.
And Carl up to nearly 350.
Golden you are. That's how you fucking won that EPT bar show. No, it's because of the way you asked for the bus down. That's why it come on the river.
Seats open.
There's only 22 players left.
Did we ever find out what that beeping was?
Nope.
Oh.
But I don't think it's happened today.
It just happened then, that's why I
Oh,
asked.
did it?
Yeah. I just heard it. I was
Okay.
like, what's that noise?
I got here at like 9
Just before Jamie Lee on an outer table also lost Stato. Fresh off of his Sunday million victory at the weekend.
Indeed.
I think he'll be buying back in. If not tonight, then tomorrow. And just saw Jamie bust on our feature. And blind on blind here. Both players with the 10-4 suited. Ian's going to make it 15k and Carl going to pill. And Ian with the 4% free roll here. Does have the backdoor hearts, both players with bottom pair.
Dan Laidlaw. Coming in.
He's not just played the main, has he? No. Did he back the main, Dan?
What, bag them in and then jump into
I
the
don't know.
roller?
You know, I don't know. It looks
That'd be
like
impressive.
it looks like about
I don't
100k.
think we saw Dan Laidlaw's name.
Okay, so maybe just moving table. The reason I asked that, it looks like he's got about 100k there, like a starting stack. That's the reason I was wondering. 7 of diamonds on the turn after check bet call.
Wonder if we get shouted at today if I call him Danny.
He was like his mum, wasn't he? Don't call him that.
How dare you call him Danny?
Ace of spades on the river. I don't expect it to go check, check, tower. Ace obviously a lot better card for Ian as the opener. that may just think 4 is good enough to show down blind on blind, but is going to go for the bet once the ace rolls off. 40 went for his chips, put him back.
We're gonna chop it up, don't you know, chop it up. So last hour is upon us. Dan Laidlaw does join us. Don't think he made the result. There we go. There's the chip counts from the main. Nope. He did not play the main, or if he did, he bust out. And we'll be back tomorrow to play it again. Gary Miller 171. 17 out of 85, making it through. And we start again tomorrow with the main. We'll be concentrating on the high roller day 2 tomorrow. In, says Sham.
And Carl with ace queen going to be looking him up.
Yeah. Indeed it is. Name a band with Seat 3's name in it that had a top 10 hit in Britain.
Name a band. Shamaha?
Nearly.
Nearly.
No. That was
Oh, you know, I must start with 7. My first
oh,
one.
Shalimar. Close to it.
Yeah, I swear.
We weren't close, but we were close because it was Shalimar and not Sham.
I'll come back to that after the all-in and call
Here we
tower.
go.
To the flop.
Does he stay to find the answer? Jack, Jack, 4.
A 10 there. Go for a 10 there.
No. Queen on the turn. No. Hey. Sham departs.
What era?
70s.
70s. I'm pretty screwed then, aren't I? Sham 69.
Sham 69. Wasn't actually the band I was thinking of. But Sham 69 were really good. A proper punk band in the late 70s. There was one more. Sham 69. If the kids are united, they'll never be divided. But there's one more.
I'm thinking.
And it's a really famous song.
What is it?
And you might have danced to it actually. Or your mum will have. Definitely it's a wedding. Shampoo. That's that's a half a word, isn't it? The buying for this was £2,000.
I'm stumped with this one, Tower. I could be here all day, all night.
You could. You might know the tune.
What was the song?
Oh, the song was called Woolly Bully. Woolly Bully, Woolly Bully, Woolly Bully.
I don't know the song.
Medical daddy and a thing to do. I got the gun to bed, I will let you to Woolly Bully, Woolly Bully, Woolly Bully. There was a dance to it. You went like that with your legs. Click, click, click.
Is that not Footloose?
No, it was very big. My mind to come about with Footloose.
Queen 3 deuce, Carl bottom pair here. Flops the best of it as the opener. And nice little clean continue candidate here with the ace of spades as well. And should just be working. The Shambolics.
Nope.
prize pool not confirmed yet, Osman. That will be confirmed day 2 tomorrow. Buy-in still available for this.
First session tomorrow. We'll have the payout structure for this. I feel like I want to play it. It's a great tune. It's a great tune. Ian Roberts halfway there.
The Sham Pharaohs. I don't know. I give up.
Sam, Sham and the Pharaohs. Ian's nearly just about got it. There you go. Sam, the Sham and the Pharaohs.
What, and you expected me, you actually genuinely thought I had a chance of getting that?
Not at all. I thought you might know the song. If they play it properly, Bully Bully, you might know it.
Oh, look at this from Keith. Goes for the float with the A6 suited and then snap leads on this 10 of hearts turn. The 10 of hearts not changing anything, but I'm guessing Keith just recognising Carl's playing a lot of hands and thought, you know what, I'm going to float and I'm going to lead any turn card. It's the A6 suited here. In real rough shape versus Carl's particular holding, but it's going to get Carl to fold the best of it. So Keith Littlewood with the move. If you've ever watched Full Metal Jacket, you will have heard it. Ah, thank you. He went for check raise, did Keith? And then just bomb the turn. Dance to that
because there's a proper dance to it.
Oh, I've heard it. I've heard it.
There you go. What's that? Sam the Sham.
I'm pretty sure that was a track on FIFA, maybe FIFA
2000,
maybe FIFA, because they have loads of tracks. FIFA 2003, maybe FIFA 2004, very early.
Wow.
I'm sure I've heard that from FIFA. That can be the only place I've heard it from. Yeah, sorry, we got a bit distracted there with Woolly Bully.
Sam the Sham. And then Sham departs, and now we've got Adam Wilkinson in his seat.
I missed the check raise from Keith because I was trying to figure out what tower was on about. Keith just went for that random check raise. Barrel turn got it through.
So now we need pop groups with the word Adam in it. Now Wilco's come to the fray in seat 3. Wolves fans used to love that song, did they? They must have played it at the stadium. Had a good day about the things you do. Name the darts player who walks onto that song, says Sawback 78. That I don't know. I don't watch darts enough, obviously.
No, it weren't on FIFA. I just googled it.
Right,
I thought I might have heard it from FIFA, but it weren't FIFA. It might have been the darts. There you go.
Yeah, somebody walks onto it apparently.
10-9 suited for Keith. Makes it 10k. Ryan thinking about a light 3-bet perhaps, but just chooses to let it go. Dan Laidlaw, 4 deuce off here in the big blind. There you are, sir.
And they're passing him the blind. Have it. Bully Boy, is that John Bull? Bully Bully was Vinnie Jones's song, sang it on The Masked Singer. Awesome. Terry Jenkins, and he was Bully Boy, wasn't he? Terry Jenkins. What a blast from the past he is.
I reckon they should do that for all sports, Tower. All
walk-on.
sports where you play someone in a singles match, you should have a walk-on. Tennis, like everything where it's one person versus another, that you should have a walk-on music. I think that would be great, just for every sport. What would be mine?
Oh, you gotta go think of a good one.
Yeah, I don't know. Don't know what mine would be.
You'd have to think of a good one. I always think walk-on music has to be music that people know and everybody loves it, so you can sing away.
They say for Dan in the small, raises to 14. And Maurizio with the 4-5 off in the big blind. Going to call with position.
Ace high flop, ace, 4, queen, 2 spades. Both catch a piece.
Yeah, and one that Maurizio going to have to pay at least one street here, especially with this specific combo of 4-5, 5 of spades, 4 of hearts. Assuming that Dan does go for C-bet, which you expect to see on the ace high board, goes for 30%.
Off to the turn, a bit of 7 and a call from Maurizio. 10 diamonds. Turn.
Yeah, the ketchup song, but with mayo instead. And Dan happy to go for another street here, because simply this 10 shouldn't really change much. Queen 10 gets there, but that's about it. King Jack happy to shove pre with the effective stack size, so we can go after some of the Queen X, even some non-believing 4Xs Dan Laidlaw, and just going to double barrel and should be end of hand Tower.
Yep.
What would your walk-on music be, Tower?
Oh, something lively.
Something lively.
Something proper lively.
I think if I did just for the
Bit of
poker,
Highway to Hell.
I'd go for Lola's theme. The Shapeshifters.
Ah, nice tune.
Lola's theme. Only, and my close pals will know why.
Okay. Chase didn't enter this, but he's playing the main event on Friday. Chase Wilson, who won the event on Friday. The main event on Friday. Yes, he said yesterday he's playing the main event on Friday. Yeah, he said last night before he left he was going to be playing the main event on Friday.
King 10 for Dan on the button.
Why would you not walk on to Chas and Dave anyway?
What, rabbit? Rabbit?
Spurs are on the way to Wembley. Tottenham's going to do it again. Or Ozzy had a dream, or whatever it was called.
You goals. The best part about that whole song when they recorded it live, if you've actually ever seen the video, I don't think Dan's going to call this off at 12 Tower. I doubt King 10 suited.
Oh, okay. He is.
He is going to call it off.
Let's watch this before we get back to the old Chas and Dave story.
Snows Maurizio going to be shoving fairly wide over a button open. Yeah, 12 BBs here, 12.5 BBs. Small blind versus button. I think fairly close. King 10 does make the call. Good start.
Yeah, good for a minute, CO. King or a 9 to fade. 9 obviously will charge a 2.
So Dan now down to 80, Maurizio up to 134. So anyway, the Chaz and Dave song, the actual video, Aussie Idealist is actually in it and has his famous line, and just the way he says that line, when all the music stops and he just goes, in the cup for Tottenham, that is just like one of the best lines ever, just the way he does it. How many takes do you think that took?
Oh, hundreds. That's brilliant.
I've actually been in Aussie Idealist's back garden.
What?
When we were at school,
Really?
one of my friends lived next door to him, and we used to always play cricket in his back garden. And with the amount of times we used to hit over Aussie's garden and jump over the wall, he didn't care. He didn't get to go and get the ball.
There's no wonder he signed for somebody else.
I think he still lives there. I'm actually pretty sure he still lives there.
Like
Yeah.
it.
And one of my friends lived next door to him, and always hitting balls over into his garden. Do you want one cup of tea for the last 40 minutes,
That
Tower?
would be great.
45 minutes to go. I'll
Yeah.
just stay for this hand, just in case Dan gets looked up, and he is going to be getting looked up. And Carl, ace jack from the small, I'm just going to ISO.
Oh,
Wow, and Ian Simpson's in
Oi,
as
oi.
well.
Ian Stack. Ian Stack, 25, 50. Oh, he's got more than 75. 25, 50. He's got 2 yellows, so he's got 50, about 110.
Yeah, Carl loves to see this when he gets snapped though, Tower. Loves to see 10s here. Ace or jack to scoop the lot and probably take chip lead in the tournament. Dan needing a deuce, Ian just needing to fade.
Yep.
3-way all in.
Ian's got more than 75, so that makes the difference because he covers Dan.
No, perfectly fine, Mick the Mod. Perfectly fine. Dan's only got 13 big, so when it's folded to us in late position, we can shove any pair. And no diamonds in
Nobody's
play.
got a diamond. The 10s are still good for Ian.
Diamond on the turn for a chop sweat.
Ooh.
That would be fun. Not for the dealer. 8 on the turn. So Dan Laidlaw needs a deuce to survive. Ian just needs to fade ace jack to survive, and does. So big double for Ian there. Double plus more.
Danny's out because Ian's got 2 yellows. So there we go. Big sprint for Ian is on the way yet again on the feature table. So Dan departs. He has gone.
Yeah, me and my high school friend were with the cousins. And bottle of vodka, bottle of gin, bottle of whiskey for them as well.
comes. Good lad with the tees.
40, 30 minutes.
Absolutely. No, Ian had 2 yellows, so the chip counts were actually wrong. The chip stacks were actually wrong. Ian had 2 yellows with the 25Ks plus all the greens. He had Dan well covered. The graphics were wrong because it looked like the action tracker thought Ian only had 1 yellow, but he didn't. He had 2. So Dan was out.
Had a great time.
So last half an hour.
Yeah.
Last half an hour, we've got a cup of tea ready to drink. We've got the players entertaining us. 30 minutes left, and then we're back for day 2 at 1:30 p.m. local time tomorrow.
Yeah, just before Dan Laidlaw boss, we lost Ariane Hassan Kashani as well. So leaving us with 20 players remaining, 3 tables. We're not going to do a redraw if we do get to 16 guys at this stage of the day with 30 minutes left, as there will be a redraw tomorrow when we're back for day 2.
Yep, exactly right. You wouldn't do a redraw on day 1 anyway, would you?
I guess that, like, when we get up, just mean break the table. Like,
Yeah.
if we get to 2 tables, if we do happen to get to 16,
Yeah.
they're not going to break a table.
Your attention please, time please, the library, seat on 1211, time please.
Yes, Jay. I don't know, 20,000.
Blind on blind, no risk.
Next time.
There'll never be an opportunity again.
Those stack sizes are wrong, man.
Yeah, they had that man before.
So the final 30 minutes is now upon us.
He's got in the bin then.
No, I want one of them. I need a tea.
I can do that. That was a big hand. That's the first name double jump. The 5-4, you're the only one bet on the flop, and that was 6 seconds. That'd be 2000.
Last half an hour. Thanks for tuning in to the 888 Poker Festival here live in Coventry in the United Kingdom. It'll be busier tomorrow for day 2, and it'll get busier for the main event as well. Side events have been good.
King 6 suited for Carl raises to 12. And Ian here got one in the cut-off that could mix in a free bet with. That's exactly what Ian's going to do. Going to go for the free bet with the King 10 off. LP versus LP. Makes it 35. And ace queen suited for Ryan. Beautiful shove spot here, tower for 25. Very nice. Like, Carl's been opening a lot. We know that Ian knows that, so Ian can free bet wider. And ace queen suited just going to be a slam dunk jam here for us as Ryan moves it into the middle. Wilco obviously can't call. Carl won't call. And Ian gonna have. Whoa, Wilco! Oh, he's got 34k. He's got 34k, I guess. Still probably would have folded here, tower, because likely to be dominated, but
He is.
Gonna spin it, which makes sense for Wilco. I actually don't think it's that bad. It might actually be good when we've got 40 and there's, what, 93 in there, so we're getting over 2 to 1. Only gonna need 30%. So Wilco at risk.
Needs to hit a king
What a flop.
or a spade now.
Yeah, picks up the catalogue. The kings and spades both doing the trick.
and does not get there. Does not get there. Unlucky, Adam.
Going to be full chip counts at the end of the day, guys, for this event. Why we got 20 seconds. We'll show you the main event bags. Abdul Ali with the chip lead. Bath, notable name, second in chips. Dooley backing up. Miller, Steve Cherry. There's the counts for the main event, and going to be a full count for the high roller coming in about 30 minutes time.
Yep. Quite hot, that tea.
It is.
Like hot.
Mine's hot as well.
Hot.
Queen Jack for Keith in the cutoff. Been a good session for Keith Littlewood. And just going to raise and take versus Maurizio.
Incoming, the Mandara.
I didn't even know Ryan was playing. And here he is, just getting it quietly. Or is he just bought in?
No.
No.
That's a lot of chips. 2 racks. Just texting Emily. I'm on the feature table, Emily.
I've only got 20 minutes, be quick.
Much to do about nothing flop there.
They could have a stab here as Carl. Nice one to stab here. Bottom of our range, 5 high, can fold out better holdings. Just one of these hands that's going to be one and done a lot of the time, Tower. Can start double barreling on some 4 turns, some ace-x turns.
It sure says I've got all of it. He says I'm all in. Called snap folded.
The snap fold. I saw cards go in the muck and I thought they were Maurizio's, and I thought, what's he doing folding a flush draw?
Yeah, he snap folded. He grabbed his chips, he announced as in, and then Cole snapped.
I need to watch it again just so my brain can understand how. Okay, yeah. Was a snap fold. I just looked up and saw Maurizio's cards in the muck. And Maurizio takes a small one from Carl Short. In about 10 minutes time, clock is going to be paused.
Would it? No, 15. Easy. Nearly 20 minutes before clock's paused, isn't it? Ian counting out raising chips.
Carl completes the 7 deuce. Ian raises it up. A big thanks to everyone that's been tuned in today throughout.
Yeah, indeed. 20 minutes to go tonight, just over. And then they'll be bagging and tagging for tomorrow. And then back tomorrow from 1:30 on the live stream, 1 o'clock in the building. If you are thinking of playing the high roller, you need to be here before 1 p.m. to buy in. If you've not bought in, you'll end up with 100,000 chips and the blinds will be 4,000, 8,000.
Yeah, Maurizio here from the cut-off. Interesting one, Tar. We got like 26, 27 bigs. I think 9's too strong, especially 6 max to be going after it. Well, he's just going to go for the all-in. I might have gone for the 3-bet call there as Maurizio, but all-in never going to be bad. Always going to be winning with this hand. In the long run, obviously, can be losing to some bigger pairs, but going to be a profitable jam for us. And Carl finds the ace-queen behind.
Big smile on Maurizio's face.
The Ronaldinho of poker, Tower. Very good, always smiling.
Oh, sweet child of mine. Ace 2-2.
Yeah, and we saw Ryan fold the 10-9 suited, so down to just a single out for Maurizio. And doesn't find it.
Checking stacks. Are these stacks correct? If they're correct, then we've lost Maurizio. We have 3 chips left. Maurizio has not been eliminated. So Maurizio does have chips left and will be inputting his name back into the system. He has not been eliminated.
But Tuan Lee has been eliminated on the
Oh
table.
no!
So down to 18 players. So 2 tables of 6, 1 table of 7. And about 20 minutes left to go for the day. It's just such a needle, this game, ain't it?
I know,
It's such a needle.
You're down to 13,000, you pull out the boots.
It's just, oh, God. And you're actually second best because Ian is an 888 pro and he's got pocket 8s. So aces are actually the second nuts
And he's
pro.
actually hit it twice this week already. An 8 on the flop. He's hit it twice already.
Aces are the second nuts if an 888 pro has pocket 8s, Tower, because they always make a set.
Yep.
Ian's done it already this week. We know it's coming. Just get out of the way, dealer.
See you later, Slash.
Oh,
where is it? Where's it gone?
Maybe not today. So, nice flop with the 2 hearts as well. Running straight a possibility. Well, offsuit jack as well working. So, going to need the 8 of diamonds, 1 out, or the offsuit jack. Oh, no!
Way. You are kidding me. Sweet child of mine.
I told you. I said pocket 8s, 888 pro, recipe for success. Never loses.
Unbelievable.
And Ian, yet again, coming from behind to get it done by the river. And
I think Ian Simpson should pay us
to just
travel this table around with him wherever he goes.
Running hot, the man on the feature. The Maurizio Pius out leaves us with 17.
Carl has had 7 deuce about 5 times tonight. in the last half an hour.
You wish you had it in the cash game tower when a little bounty was on.
Yes.
That's when you want to get dealt it 5 times. It folds to Ryan. Ryan Otto in the small, Ryan Mandara in the big. And Ryan raises up with the ace queen, just quick fold from Ryan Otto. So 15 minutes left on the clock, that should be getting paused in about 5 minutes time.
Yep. He does. Ian does do a lot of good streaming for 888. Not too sure of his music taste, though. To be fair, if you want to watch Ian Simpson with his live stream,
If it's anything like his fashion taste, Tower, I bet it's
Slipknot.
Yeah, I bet it's some
It's Slipknot
loud
and
music.
songs you've never heard and bands you've never heard. Megadeth and Slipknot and
Megadeth.
Slayer.
That can't be a band, Megadeth.
What?
Megadeth.
One of the biggest bands of the 80s.
Really?
Yeah.
Jacks for Keith at 3 bets to the 36k over the under the gun open from Ian. Carl just going to have to get out of here. Megadeth.
Yeah. In fact, I think Megadeth once held the record for the loudest gig ever,
Yep.
decibel wise. He does play some music on his. On
I
his
can
stream.
imagine. I can imagine. You're not going to dress Elite how he does and listen to mainstream, are you, Tower?
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
not-
we're just going to stick on some Westlife.
Yeah, not going to be Rihanna just blaring out through the stream, is there? So check flop. Ian peeled the 3 bet with the ace-5 suited. Flop bottom pair. Keith check back flop, but drills the jack on the turn. And going to be difficult for Ian to continue now. Although very small size here, 20% thereabouts from Keith, 16 into 87. So may actually fancy taking one off here as Ian. Getting this price, I think versus any other size, it's just always going to be fold. Still may fold. But if we ever have got an avenue to continue, might be versus this sizing from Keith. But look at this from Ian. Going to go with check raise. Making it 80k. We'll have ace queen in here. And just a snap call from Keith. Now this is the test, Tower. If somehow Ian finds the queen here on the river, it's the table. Oh my god!
Off. See you later, guys.
Oh my god!
Give
This
him the
guy!
trophy.
I've never seen a pure run over the 2-day period. Oh my word! Just goes for the check raise with bottom pair and Broadway draw and just drills the queen on the river. How does he do it? And Keith is gonna hate that.
Wow. He's going to open fold jacks. The open folds jacks. Wow.
I want to be Ian Simpson just for one day, Tower. Just for one day. I'm not going to be greedy. I'm not going to ask for a week or 2 weeks. I just want one day in the life of Ian Simpson, please.
At a poker table or walking around in them trousers.
At the poker table. You will not see me in the white-black half and half trousers. So, must be getting close to number of hands left to play for the day.
Me. I've not heard anything.
Ryan on the button, pocket eights, raises to 14. 9 deuce off for Carl in the small blind. Not much.
3 more hands.
That can't be right.
After the hand in progress, Frankie's just said 3 more hands. Cheers, Mick the Mod.
Oh, right. Carl's just trying to go after it. Last hand versus last 3 hands versus the button open from Ryan and E. Oh, this is getting out of hand.
It's ridiculous.
This is getting out of hand. He somehow gets Carl to roll in the 3-bet with a 9 deuce, and Ian just finds the boots from the big blind here. And what a mad 20 minutes for Ian, running pure as can be.
Yeah, and the distribution for Carl has just been horrendous. 7 deuce, 8 deuce, 9 deuce, 7 deuce, 7 deuce, 9 deuce. And he's just can't do anything.
Look at Carl's smiling, just thinking, going after Ryan, and didn't work. Ian woke up with the aces, so 2 more hands. Have you not been?
No, is that 1 of 2? Or I think it's after the.
Okay, 3 more hands.
3 more hands.
Have you not been watching the stream rack Sheila last 30 minutes?
Oh,
how good has he been running?
Yeah, 3 hands from now.
Everyone gets it. Ian's just getting it on the feature table the last couple of days. He's on that top end of variance right now. He's running hot. So hot.
If we don't get an invitation for us to travel around with Ian Simpson with this table, I'm going to be very disappointed this week.
We're going to fold until you said that. So calm now. But I would have won the hand then. I wouldn't have minded that. Mine's are enough.
There's always one. Like, I'd say once every 2-3 festivals, you just see someone, when they're on the feature table, everything turns to gold. And lucky for Ian, on this occasion, it's just been him. But then in some parallel universe, there's an Ian Simpson on his 8th bullet, running bad, getting 2 outed, 3 outed. And that's just how poker goes. Sometimes you're on the top end, sometimes you're on the bottom end. And when you're on that top end, enjoy it, because it doesn't happen too often. A quick hand there, so just 2 to go. And sometimes, Tal, we've all been there. Maybe not yourself because you don't play huge volume, but sometimes you're sat there when you get one of these purple patches and you can't even believe it yourself. Like, you check raise bluffing, just drilling it on the river, you're flopping sets every other hand. It's just like, what's going on? But it does happen. You find that patch eventually. At the time you want to find it are in the big tournaments or deep in big tournaments, the day 3s, the day 4s, the day 5s. That's when you want it to happen. And Carl again, 8 deuce off. He just cannot get a hand.
Absolutely. He has had an absolute terrible distribution of cards. Curtis, did I watch the Tom Davis golfing? No, I didn't, unfortunately, but I will. And I'll do it before tomorrow when we come back on stream. Is Tom Davis the big guy that lost a lot of weight?
It's Tom.
It was like
Tom Davis, the Everton, old Everton player.
No, he still plays. Bald-headed guy, glasses, about 6'10". He looks it on telly, but he's lost lots of weight. I think that's Tom Davis.
Yeah, Tom Davis, I know. Is the Everton
I'll find
player.
it, Curtis. I'll find it.
It's the last hand of the day, guys.
Last day, is it?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah. Look at the time. It's not even 25
Oh,
past.
25. It's like an early finish.
It
again.
is.
12:30. Any time before 12:30 is an early finish for us.
And back-to-back opens with Carl. 8 deuce again for Carl.
Unbelievable.
He's gonna
He needs to go to bed. Wake up tomorrow, and he'll end up winning it.
make do of what you get dealt. Going to open the 8 deuce suited. Last hand of the day. Keith wants to get involved. Suited connector for him on the button. Ryan Otto shouldn't be playing from the small. Mandara's going to bag up for day 2. So Keith and Carl butting heads for one last time today.
Beat this legend. He's hard
the last flop. Call's involved. He will hit eventually. There we go.
There we are, middle pair. Nothing going on for Keith. He's going to take a stab for third pot.
I'm going to get a call.
Turn. Queen of Hearts. Flush does complete. Keith just with 7 high here now, so is he going to continue just being aggressive? Now fires for 25k. And Carl's just going to fold the 8 deuce, and Keith going to get that done with a 7-6 suited. Is he going to show it? No, he's not. That's it for the day, guys. Here's the chip counts. There they are. And
we've been gone too long.
Nathan Jones.
Do, do, do. When a woman gotta fall. And I
Slash busted 10 minutes ago. He jumped in for probably less than an orbit, done 20k, and he's going to come back tomorrow. Why would you not wait?
Good question.
Why would you just not wait till
Just
tomorrow?
wait next time. There's no need to lose blinds when you can just bind tomorrow.
He literally busted 10 minutes ago on stream. He must have played the last 3 hands, and that was it.
So now he's buying it. So now he's back tomorrow with 10 bigs instead of 12.5. Big TR made it through.
Yeah.
Wadey, Ryan, Brandon Shields again. Carl's made it through even though he's had 8-2 38 times. Ludo 287. Ian, I tell you, that's a pretty stacked field, is that?
Look at the names. Oh, loads
we
of
know
noble names.
everybody
Nearly
on that
everyone.
list.
Yeah. Stu Rutter again.
Keith Johnson. Top of the tree yet again, Keith Johnson. It's going to be a good day. So tomorrow we will be back at 1:30 p.m, 1 o'clock in the club. If you want to buy in, be in before 1 o'clock, because as soon as the first card is dealt, you can't play. So please make sure that if you do want to play and buy into day 2, be here before 1 o'clock. We're on the stream at 1:30, crowning a champ. And then he's taking me around Cov, apparently. Because he said, we'll be done for 7. So it's on him now.
I've just remembered something.
Oh, wait, here we go.
Mrs. is here tomorrow. She's playing the main event, so I'm not sure we can have that night out.
What we'll do is we'll finish at 7,
Okay.
regardless.
Yeah.
Leave it 4-handed,
Yeah.
regardless.
Okay.
We'll go out. She'll back up at 11 o'clock. We'll come back as if nothing happened.
All right.
Can't speak.
Sounds good.
And then we'll be fine.
All right.
All right?
Yeah,
On
that's
it.
fine.
We will see you tomorrow for 888's Festival continuation of the High Roller Day 2. Look forward to it. We're crowning the champion of this event at some point tomorrow night. Come and join us for a cracking day's poker tomorrow from 1:30.
Good night.
Ta-ta.